So good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Fearless World Summit for the month of April. I am the founder of One Woman, Charlotte Brown, and I just want to say thanks so much for being here. I'm going to throw on my PowerPoint here. And I have a few slides to share with you today, but these are really special days. Like I said, is that, it's a great way to be able to unplug from all the other craziness that's going on in our lives. If you're able to turn off your phone and spend today just, submerging yourself for you as to what this day means for you, what living fearlessly looks like for you, is that it's all about being inspired and empowered to be able to live our best lives and what that looks like for each of us. So as I mentioned, you're going to hear from some amazing speakers. If you registered for today, you got an agenda that you can follow along. And I also sent the contact information for all the amazing speakers today. So feel free to reach out to any of them afterwards. This is absolutely what they do. And so they love networking and connecting with all the wonderful women who are part of this event. So, and welcome to those ladies who are joined us over on the Facebook page. So if you're watching live on Facebook today, we are going to be streaming the entire day over there as well. And I encourage all of our speakers to jump over there throughout the day, share any links and stuff that you have so that, we can all connect and stay connected even after today's event. So for me, being fearless has been learning to listen to that still small voice that lives in each of us, not just listening to it, but paying attention to it. Most of all, acting upon it. And oh boy, isn't that the hard part? Taking the actions, because we all hear it. Call it women's intuition, divine guidance, that inner knowing that we get called. We feel like we're being pulled to do things, that there's got to be something more in life. These beautiful skills and gifts and talents that we've been given to best help and serve others in this world. And what does that look like for you? Maybe that's a business that you want to start or create, or maybe taking that to the next level. Maybe that's, a new career or taking a different position in your job. Maybe that's starting a family, or maybe that is getting into a relationship, or maybe getting out of a relationship you shouldn't be in. It's all these things that we get this calling to do, traveling the world, doing something new or different. And what does living fearlessly look like for you? Are you waking up every morning excited about your life? Or are you waking up and saying, there's got to be something more to this? Or I feel like there's something that I should be doing and that I should maybe start exploring. And that's the thing, is that sometimes we're always so busy trying to figure out how it's going to happen for us. And those fears and doubts and worries can often set in. And we start putting it off, saying, one day, when I have more money, or when the kids leave the house, or when this and that happens. The problem is lots of times is we think we have time. I really learned that powerfully last year. On September 27th of 2001, I actually died. I died of a pulmonary embolism causing cardiac arrest. I had flatlined for a full 2 minutes. And I can honestly say that in that moment, when I passed, is that I did die with no regrets, because I've learned the power of living fearlessly, of doing what's been put on my heart, that I really feel that God has called me to do. I've met hundreds of thousands of women from around the world, hearing their fearless stories, putting on fearless events, helping and empowering women and girls globally. I get to meet amazing women just like you. I've lived an extraordinary life. But apparently God wasn't done with me yet, because here I am telling you this story today. And I often say, if today was your last day, would you leave with no regrets? Have you done everything that you ever wanted to do? Is there something on your heart that you're being called to do? You're a powerful woman who can do anything, create anything, become anything. And I dare say that it was put in you to do that. So what does that look like for you? Today is all about exploring that, listening to that still small voice today and what it inspires you to do. And all we ever need to do is take the first right step. or the next right step if you're already on the path. As the great Martin Luther King Jr. once said, take the first step in faith. You don't have to see the entire staircase. Just take the first step. That's what it looked like for me. My fearless path came in the way of entrepreneurship. I had the safe, secure job. I worked for the Canadian federal government for almost 20 years. I started when I was only 18 years old as a customs officer between the Canada and US border, transferred over to the tax department. In Canada, that's the Canada Revenue Agency. If you're joining us from the States today, well, you're equivalent to the IRS. Whew, fun job. People just waiting by the phone for your phone calls every day. Of course, I'm just joking. It was a wonderful job in terms of, hey, I had a safe, secure paycheck. I had pension, I had benefits, I had vacation time, all the things that my parents wanted for me. But it really didn't ignite my soul. It wasn't my passion. It wasn't my purpose. And lots of times we settle for a life of safety and security as opposed to really following our big goals and dreams, and never trusting that the universe totally has our back and it is creating and paving a way for us to be successful at what we want to do, to make the impact that we want to make. I became an entrepreneur at 21 years old because that part of me wasn't being fulfilled. And so I became an entrepreneur by accident. Literally, I was rear-ended by a Dodge Caravan. I could no longer work full-time at my job, and I needed something to create an income to be able to sustain myself. I had just bought my first house, and I thought, oh my gosh, I can no longer work full-time sitting at a desk. What can I do? And that put me on the path of entrepreneurship. And oh boy, the floodgates opened then, because I learned that I was born to be an entrepreneur, that it ran in my blood, and I wouldn't have known otherwise. And just trusting that the universe always has your back and will use any ways and means to put you on your path. For me, it was a pretty tragic car accident that did it. But I'm so thankful and grateful for that accident because it's allowed me to become everything that I am today. The powerful entrepreneur, a woman who makes an impact in this world. And the thing is that, sometimes the universe uses crazy ways and means to make sure that we get on that path. My job was to just listen, pay attention, and to continue to take the next right step. I've had various businesses throughout the years, built and grown massively successful businesses, but it was in 2012 that I started a company called Keynote Events. And I wanted to create a business that made a difference, that made an impact. And what I've learned through One Woman is that so many women that we work with, that we help, that we serve, that we create a platform for, have heart-centered businesses. That they don't just want to make an income, even though that's super important as well. There's nothing that empowers a woman more than financial independence, but also they want to create an impact. They want to change the world. They want to make a difference. They want to use their gifts and skills and talents to make the world a better place. And that's what my passion and purpose was when I created Keynote Events. I didn't just want to create events. I wanted to create events that raised awareness, that educated others, that inspired others. They created a lot of fun, but also, made a difference. I always tied my events with various partner charities from around the world and was able to raise funds for causes that I believed in the most. In 7 years, I raised over $2 million for various charities. Little old me did it all from my kitchen table. Who knew? Sometimes we think that we're too small. How would I ever do something like that? I would need a big team, or I would need an office, or I'd need all these locations, or I would need all this money. I did that all from my kitchen table. What I've learned is that, to have a massively successful business, the things that I've needed was a piece of paper, a pen, a crazy idea, and a determined heart. And, really stepping in to not just what was Charlotte possible for my life, but what was God possible. What impact could be made through me? And that's where it all began, was with Keynote Events. I worked with a lot of famous people, a lot of television stars, Hay House authors, New York Times bestselling authors, sharks from Shark Tank, dragons from Dragon's Den, you name it. I put on a lot of really fun events that people really enjoyed. But it was in 2015 that I'd find myself in the Amazon rainforest. You see, one of these events that I did, I was working with a charity, putting on a youth event in Thunder Bay, Ontario, where I was living at the time. And yeah, they invited me to come and see the work that they were doing in developing countries, to be able to empower communities to be self-sustaining. And I thought, yeah, you know what? I want to see this. I want to be a part of this. I've been a world traveler my whole life. I love learning about different cultures and places. And, it's always been travel's been my best education. So I entered into this community in Ecuador, and I found out what our project would be. Now, I assumed we'd be building a school or maybe a clinic or digging a well. But when I arrived there, I found out we'd be building a women's empowerment center. And oh boy, did they have my attention then, because I'd been empowering women my whole life. I'd helped so many women start businesses. And so I was so excited to meet these ladies, to get to know what their big goals and dreams were around this empowerment center. And they wanted to create a center where they could create their handmade items, that they could sell those items to the world through the partner charity, and to be able to create the income to become self-sustaining, to be able to provide for their families, to be able to send their own children to school. And I got to admit, when I entered into this community, I had quite a heavy heart as I looked around and saw a life that was so very different from my own. No access to clean drinking water, no electricity, no hospital for miles and miles, that if something tragic was to happen, chances are you weren't going to make it. And so it was so important for me to play a small part in creating this, to empower women in a community to be able to help their families. And what I've learned is that what women want is the same no matter where you go in this world. We all want a little bit better life for ourselves, for our families, and for our communities around us. Would you say that's true for you? I've talked to thousands of women, and those are the big goals and dreams that they have for their life, is to just be able to have a better life for themselves, for their families, and to make the impact and create that for their community around them. And what I know for sure is that through one woman, that we bring women together for the greater good of all women in this world, that we don't have to be alone in this journey, that when we come together, we support each other, we encourage each other, we help one another, that we can all have that in our lives. And that's what woman has became, is this powerful force of almost 500,000 women right around the world that do that for each other. Whether that's through sharing their fearless stories, their gifts and talents, whatever it might be, that they feel like they are unstoppable, that they truly can do anything, and that they can be fearless in the pursuit of what sets their soul on fire. So I believe that one woman can change the world. And what I know for sure, well, that woman is you. Yes, she is. And these are a lot of the women that I've worked with over the years, since launching One Woman. It launched in 2016 with just a website and our memberships. And then in 2018, we embarked on our Fearless Women Summits. Of course, I had a background in event planning. I thought, how can I really make an impact with this? And I set off to do a cross-Canada tour, 15 cities across Canada. Maybe you're watching and you attended one of those events, or maybe you spoke on one of those very first Fearless stages. But they were so magical. And what was so powerful for me was the fact that I created a platform for every woman to shine, to share her fearless story, because it's so important that you do. What I know for sure is that when a woman shares her fearless story, she gives another woman permission to do the same. And that's how this world changes. That's how this world becomes a better place. In 2016, the Dalai Lama visited Vancouver, British Columbia, and he made a statement that rippled around the world. He said, "It's women that will heal this world." Well, no pressure, ladies, but that's you. So yes, one woman can change the world, and that woman is you. And what happens when we live fearlessly? Oh my goodness, I could still be sitting in my cubicle every single day calling people about their taxes and wondering what could be, what might happen, that if I decided to, start an organization that empowers women globally, still dreaming about it, thinking about it, letting it rattle around in my head. And lots of times that's what we continue to do, as opposed to just taking that first right step. For me, when I came back in 2015, as I just started telling people about it, what I wanted to do. And a dear friend of mine that had a media company offered to provide a website for it. Well, was that the first right step? Did that light up for me? Absolutely. And every step has lit up along the way. But now we do events right around the world. We've done events throughout Canada, the United States, Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and Ireland. We have, empowered women around the world, throughout Africa, Southeast Asia, South America, Canada, the United States, almost every continent around the world. And it all just started with nothing more than a crazy idea and a determined heart. But I didn't realize how many amazing nuggets it would mean for my own life. I could see the impact that it could create for others and to empower women to live the life of their dreams, whether that's through entrepreneurship or, just anything that they're really wanting to do. But I've had so many extraordinary experiences myself. One being back in, I think this was in 2019 that I had met Malala. And that's a powerful young woman who at only 12, 13 years old, she started talking out against what the Taliban was doing in Pakistan, that was trying to close schools for girls to be able to attend schools, making sure that girls aren't educated. And so she was speaking to the BBC about that. And at 15 years old, one day riding on the school bus to school one day, the Taliban stopped her school bus and entered the school bus with guns and said, "Who is Malala?" And all the kids turned and looked at Malala. And she took a bullet in the head for it. Something that she's so passionate about standing up for, that she was willing to risk her life for it. She has one of the largest, girls' education organizations and foundations that exist today. I was able to meet with her, to be able to partner with her, to be able to help to educate girls right around the world, because it is one of the foundations that we have. Believe it or not, there's over 130 million girls today that still don't have access to education, that don't get to go to school. In many countries, education isn't free. And so we partner with various charities to be able to help to educate girls. And we're proud to say that, we get to partner with somebody amazing like Malala to do that. We've also been on national news. Who knew? Here I was working from my home, doing everything with one woman, putting on these events and just being passionate and excited about what I was doing and sharing it organically through the events, through social media, all that stuff. Well, all of a sudden I get an email through Facebook, through my DMs that says, "Hey, Charla, this is Angie Seth, news anchor of CTV News. We love what you're doing to empower women and girls globally. We think every Canadian needs to know what you're doing. We know you have an event coming up in Toronto. We'd love to have you on our national newscast, that if you're available to come down and to be able to do an interview." I'll be honest, I thought it was spam. I thought, who emails you through your private Facebook messages to be on national news? So I Googled this lady, because to be honest, I don't watch a lot of news. It's just a little too scary for me. And sure enough, this lady was a news anchor for CTV News. I was down at the studio the next day and, broadcast to millions of Canadians across, right across Canada, coast to coast, sharing the word of one woman and the work that we're doing to empower women and girls globally. Who knew? And then not once, but twice in 2019 did I meet the one and only Oprah Winfrey. Yes, oh my gosh, never could have I dreamed, spending my whole life as a little girl all the way up to adulthood, watching her show, really getting to know this powerful and amazing woman through my TV set. Never did I ever think that I would shake her hand and that she would know who I was. I had the pleasure of working with first-class graduates of the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy for Girls. In 2019, they spoke on so many of our fearless stages, showing, the power of educating girls, and that, education truly is the ultimate equalizer. And that who knew that I would get to meet her, and that the first thing she'd say is, "Charla, it's so nice to meet you. I've heard so many wonderful things about you." It was a crazy moment. But that's the thing with living fearlessly, is it's living a life of adventure. It's not always predictable. You never know what's going to be coming next. And to me, well, that's the best part. So how do we empower women and girls globally? Well, we do a lot of different ways. Of course, in developed countries, and we put on our fearless summits, and we create a platform for women to be able to speak and share their fearless stories, to be able to network and connect and start exploring, the things that they want to do, and to create this amazing life and to fulfill their big goals and dreams. In a lot of developing countries, we empower women to break the cycle of poverty and to be able to lift themselves. As I said, nothing empowers a woman more than financial independence. And so we try to create things with our partner charities to be able to help women to help themselves. It's the whole idea of you give somebody a fish, you feed them for a day, you teach someone to fish, you feed them for a lifetime. It isn't that all that we all want. Sometimes we need a little help to get from where we are to where we want to be. And for us, sometimes it's a platform to be able to speak on, or a place to be able to market our products and services and get it out into the world. For women in a developing country, it might be the fact of financial support to be able to start her business. And that could be as simple as $75 to buy a goat, or some chickens, or some land and some seed to be able to grow some crops, to be able to sell that in a market. Whatever she wants, whatever that looks like for her. But we've worked with a lot of women in developing countries to help them become self-sustaining and to create financial independence so that they can take care of themselves, that they can take care of their families. So we also do that through skills training. So we work with our partner charities to be able to help women gain skills so that they can start businesses, or so that they can gain meaningful employment. So one of those projects is helping women gain sewing skills in developing countries. We work with one of our partner charities, Seven Wells, in Uganda and Rwanda, where we work with them on a sewing program where women learn how to sew, and they create cooperatives, or maybe they find employment where they can sew. They create school uniforms or things that they sell in their local markets, and be able to become financially independent. And so lots of times we're buying sewing machines so that when they graduate, they have the tools to be successful. And so a $150 sewing machine could set a woman up, that really makes an impact and a difference in her life. So sometimes we see these problems as such big problems that how would we ever solve that? But it's a little bit that makes a big difference and a big impact. And when we come together as millions of women around the world, and we all contribute a little bit, whether that's, resources or time or our gifts or talents or whatever the case is, we can create a big impact. And of course, we empower girls through education, and that's all levels of education. We have girls from primary school to secondary school and even post-secondary school, going to colleges and universities to be able to get their degrees and to become anything that they want to be in this world. So it's a great part of what we do in terms of also being able to educate every girl that would like to go to school. So how do we do this work? Well, of course, we do it through our one-woman memberships. And I want to say thank you to the ladies who are joining us today, who've been members. There's some women who've been members right from the time that we launched our website back in 2016 and supporting the work that we do to empower women and girls globally. That is what One Woman is all about. And it really is my philanthropy project to be able to empower women and girls globally and what kind of impact I can make in my lifetime. So we have a couple different memberships. Our first one is our Inspired membership. It's our membership that we've always had since day one. And we always create a win-win situation with our membership so that you're not just empowering other women and girls in this world, you're also being able to empower yourself and also getting some great gifts and benefits from that. So you get monthly updates through our member newsletter that goes out as to how you are helping to empower women and girls globally and hearing their stories and what they are up to. But you also get member pricing to events. You get a directory listing so you can connect with other amazing members from right around the world. You can write a featured story about yourself so that other members can get to know about you, and we feature all those on our website. We have trip opportunities, which of course those were put on hold during the pandemic, but we're getting out there and doing that again. So we'll be planning more trips so that we go to all these wonderful places, like, they're life-changing trips. When I went to Ecuador, it was completely a life-changing trip. So we create these so that you can meet the women and girls that you've helped to empower and, just have this amazing experience for your own life. And then we send you out a Rafiki bracelet. So Rafiki is the Swahili word for a friend, and they're made by our mamas in Kenya. They're all hand beaded. And so you also get a bracelet to celebrate you and your membership. And it's meant to be a reminder that every time you look at it, of all the amazing gifts and talents you have to best help and serve others in this world. But in 2020, we added our empowered membership. And during the pandemic, a lot of women reached out to me. I got thousands of emails of women who were struggling, that were used to being able to, attend live events and network and connect and build and grow their businesses. And, it was a different world. Everything was pivoting online, and a lot of women were struggling to market their business, to get their message out there, to reach their target market. And we have this powerful network of almost 500,000 women globally. And so we created this membership to really have an opportunity for women to be able to reach other women with the amazing products and services that they create, so that they can find the people that they're called to help. And that, those that follow us can also find the help that they need. We are, at the end of the day, a massive networking organization. So you get all the benefits of an inspired membership, plus you get opportunities to be able to speak at one woman events around the world or online. So, we're back doing our live events. We just came back, like I had mentioned, from Philadelphia, New Jersey last weekend, but we do have events coming up in Ottawa on May 14th. We're in Newark, New Jersey on May 21st. We're in Boston on June 11th, and we're in Toronto on June 25th. So if you live in those areas, you can get tickets to that event, be able to join us. Some of those speaking events or those events are full for speaking spaces, but I believe Boston might have some spaces available, and possibly Toronto. I need to look at that. So yeah, we send those opportunities out to our members first to be able to speak at events. And, it's a great way to be able to share your story and message. You can also join our Speakers Bureau. So for a lot of women, they want to become paid speakers, be hired by corporations, by organizations, by schools, by other event planners, to be able to speak and create their income through speaking. Some people were just born to be on a stage. And so we make those connections for you. And, we work with so many different organizations. It's always looking for powerful female speakers. You can facilitate through our Empowerment Academy workshops and webinars. So we believe in, empowering and educating women to be able to develop personal and professional skills so that they can build and grow their business, or to be successful in any area of their life. And so as an empowered member, you can teach through our Empowerment Academy. We have One Woman live shows through our One Woman Connected page. And if you're not on our Connected page yet, it's a Facebook group page that I encourage everybody to be a part of, because you get to learn about all the things that our members have going on, as well as all the newest, latest, and greatest, everything that's going on with One Woman. So you're always the first to hear about it on our One Woman Connected page. You can also advertise and promote your products and services through One Woman. So you can share it through that Connected page. We pick those posts up and share it through our other social media channels and networks to be able to get your message out there. Because I find that that's where women struggle the most. And it can be overwhelming sometimes that, yes, social media is a powerful tool, but it can cost a lot of money. Sometimes, it's doing ad spends and things like that, and then women aren't getting the results that they're looking for. So it's a way to be able to advertise and promote your products and service to an already built-in network of 500,000 women around the world. You also get access to our webinars that's coming up. You get to attend all of those for free. We have a loans program. So we actually have an info session coming up this Wednesday, May 4th, where we're talking about our loans program, because so many women just need a little bit of capital to get them started, to get them to the next level. And so we love helping women to be able to do that. And we know that even in 2022, that so many women struggle, that if you were to go to a bank, that unless you signed over your first child and had 1 million assets and a perfect credit rating and all those kind of things, that even then, you might not be considered for a business loan, you know? So yeah, we invest in female entrepreneurs and we believe in you. So, and so much more. So those two memberships are the things that's on our website right now. I'll post the link. Our Inspired membership is $20 a month, and that's basically you wanting to contribute to that greater good picture and, you know, to be connected with one woman. Our Empowered membership, of course, is more of a business membership for those that have a business and really want to use it as a marketing tool for their business. That membership is $97 a month, but you get to try your first month for $39 and to be able to experience all these things and, you know, see if they're a good fit for your business. So coming up on May the 4th, Wednesday, we'll be talking a little bit more about our memberships, but they're on our website that you can join anytime. And I'll post the link in the comments that if you're wanting to get involved with that we'd love to have you as a part of it. So our next World Summit is coming up on September 10th. So we've released that now. We're going to be putting out the call for speakers that if you're wanting to speak at one of our World Summits, they're so popular because they're broadcast live to, you know, almost 500,000 women through our social media channels that when we do those events, and it doesn't matter where you are in the world. So, you know, if one of the locations doesn't work for you, the World Summits are really great because it doesn't matter where you live. As long as you've got internet, you can speak or attend a Fearless World Summit. The other thing I wanted to mention was our 100 Most Powerful Women. I'm actually going to leave that to Jackie Somerville to tell you more about today. But what the membership is it's not coaching. So sometimes women will reach out to us in terms of, you know, needing some help to build and grow their business, looking for a coach, a mentor, to be able to create a massively successful business. Maybe you're wanting to do this full time. Maybe you're really trying to create financial independence, really trying to build something massively big. And it doesn't even have to be massively big, but that you're wanting to create it so that you're creating the income to live the life of your dreams. A lot of times we've found, both Jackie and I, from traveling and doing events, is that we meet the most gifted, talented, and brilliant women who struggle to monetize their business. And so they're always in this place of struggle, never really being able to make the leap into full-time entrepreneurship, and that they're doing it on the side, or that they have made the leap, but they're debilitated by fear because they're not necessarily getting the results that they want in their business. So our whole tagline is look like a million, feel like a million, impact millions, and make millions. Because we believe every woman has the ability to create a million or multi-million-dollar company. Yes, you can create that. And so that's what we work with our ladies to be able to do. We mentor 100 women each year to be able to do that. And the program has been full for quite some time. But the wonderful thing is that May is around the corner, and we actually have 3 spaces that's coming up in May to be able to join 100 Most Powerful Women. So I'm going to share the application link that if you're needing some help and some business advice, some coaching, and 2 women who are going to help and believe in you no matter what, be sure to apply, because we're going to be doing some interviews throughout May. And, you know, it's rare when spaces come up. So make sure you get your application in early and we'll schedule a interview with you. So that is everything that I wanted to talk to you about. This here is the link to the One Woman Connected page. I'm also going to post the link to that. It's free to join the group page. It's how you stay in the loop of everything One Woman, or join our newsletter through our website. And so that always tells you all the things that's going on. We're going to do some great prizes today. So how do you get in on these beautiful door prizes? These prizes are all items that have been handmade by our women's empowerment programs around the world. So I've got some beautiful jewelry items and maybe a few other things that I'm going to be shipping out. So if you want to get in on the door prizes today, all you got to do is drop me an email, and I'm going to do those draws between the speakers today. So the email address you send is charla@onewoman.ca. So that's my email address. Now, what you include in the email is your name and your mailing address, because if I draw your name today, I'm going to send out that gift that you're hopefully going to get during this coming week. And it's always something to look forward to. Everybody loves getting happy mail. So you're going to have a beautiful present that comes to you. So send that email with your name and your mailing address, and I will do some draws today between our speakers. And so be listening intently to find out if you win. So those are everything that I wanted to talk about today, ladies. So I'm going to introduce our first amazing speaker for today. So Wendy Sterling. Wendy, if you want to turn on your sound and video. Hi, Wendy.
Hello. Hello, everybody.
And where are you joining us from today, Wendy?
Well, I actually live in Los Angeles, but I'm actually in Phoenix, Arizona today on a retreat.
Ooh, well, that sounds lovely. Awesome.
Yes.
I'm going to introduce you, Wendy, and you can take it away. So
Wonderful.
Wendy Sterling is a speaker, top divorce media personality, international divorce coach, life transition specialist, and founder of the Divorce Rehab. She helps newly divorced men and women who are having trouble moving forward and tired of feeling stuck, pain, fear, resentment, anger, and guilt to find joy, self-worth, and freedom. Wendy has been featured in NBC, The List, Thrive, Global, Medium, Hello Divorce, Authority Magazine, as well as Romper. Wendy is the host of the Divorced Woman's Guide podcast, an author, an advanced theta healer, and mom to her two amazing boys, and of course, her dog. Please welcome the amazing Wendy Sterling.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Charlotte. I appreciate the beautiful and warm introduction, as well as the opportunity to be here and on this stage with you all. So I believe in a world where unexpected life transitions do not weaken you. They actually empower and awaken you, your heart, and your life. It doesn't blind you. It actually gives you new perspective. And so that is the vision that each and every one of you guys get to embody starting today. So I want to invite you to take a minute and think about a time in your life when you experienced an unexpected life transition that created that excruciating emotional pain. The kind that weakened you, that distorted your view about life. Perhaps it was after the loss of a loved one, or perhaps a heartbreaking divorce or breakup, or the loss of your current or dream job. I invite you to close your eyes in this moment and to go back to that time and lean into the emotion that you felt from the unexpectedness of that life event. And I have a question to ask you. Did it drop you to your knees or empower you to overcome it? You see, there was a time in my life when my very first unexpected life transition paralyzed me. The kind that does bring you to your knees, where you're sobbing uncontrollably, hyperventilating, and wishing that someone would pinch me and wake me up from the nightmare that I thought that I was living. And I'd like to take you all back to that moment for me. It was in August of 2016, when my now ex-husband and I were driving home late at night. It was around 11:45-ish, and we were coming home from a couple's night out. As I mentioned earlier, we live in Los Angeles, so it was a beautiful warm night, and we had the windows down and the music was playing, and we were chatting about the night and how excited we were to reconnect with our friends. When out of nowhere, his cell phone rings. Not once, but 5 times from the same female colleague. And I remember asking him, why is she calling you so late at night? And he quickly answered and said, oh, she probably got into a fight with her boyfriend. And subconsciously, I thought, well, why is she calling you? Why isn't she calling a girlfriend? And all of a sudden, I felt the largest punch in my gut as panic started to set in and tears started streaming down my face. And this punch felt more like a 2x4 smacking me upside the head, telling me to wake up, to finally wipe off the lenses of my glasses and to actually see what was right in front of me, or rather to notice that the man in my life in front of me was just an oasis. You see, before that night, I was living what I call the Facebook facade life, the kind of life where everyone thinks you live on Wisteria Lane. Successful corporate careers, six-figure paychecks, white picket fences, luxury cars, yearly vacations to Maui. Oh, and let's not forget the perfect smiling family photos on Facebook. So to the outside world, we look like the perfect family, so much so that I had friends saying, "Oh my God, Wendy, how do you get your kids to smile in every picture?" And yet behind closed doors, we were anything but that. We were in couples therapy. We were in individual therapy. Stress, depression, anxiety were rampant in our household and in our lives. And our kids' schedules, school and sports, were our entire life. I literally felt like we were just ships in the night, almost like roommates. And that night in the car, my perfect facade of a bubble burst into thousands of pieces. And it finally occurred to me that I couldn't pretend or hide from our problems anymore. So, listening to my gut and intuition, I decided to kick my husband out of the house the next day. My soulmate, my best friend, my rock for over 23 years, suddenly disintegrated into dust and blew away in the wind as he walked out the front door. And what also disappeared was the mirror that I saw my identity reflected back at me that I had assumed for our entire relationship. You see, I did everything for him and my kids to make sure that all those balls that we juggle, that they stay up in the air and not a single one gets dropped. And I actually juggled 90% of them. And I did so at my own expense because I thought that was what I was supposed to do. It was expected of me. And that night, every ball fell to the floor for the first time in my life. And I remember turning to my left, and there's a mirror on the wall in my hallway. And I stared at my reflection in an actual mirror. And I had no idea who was staring back at me. Who was Wendy? How did this happen? When did this happen? And my pain quickly converted into fear, resentment, and anger. So much anger. How could this man, my best friend, how could he betray me? Our kids. And I remember thinking, I thought I did everything right. What I should do. I should marry a lawyer. Check that box. I should marry a financially stable man. I should all over myself. And while trying to make everyone else happy, to think that I was this perfect mom, this perfect wife, this perfect daughter, I completely lost myself in the woman that I used to trust. You see, for decades, I gave my power away to others by living into the version of Wendy that others saw or wanted me to be. And it started in my childhood. I was that kid who was too outspoken, too loud. I was super active. My nickname was Monkey. Okay, my sister was Princess. I was supposed to sit pretty and smile, get an education, and yet agree with what everyone else around me thought. Now, I am the granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. And so it was crucial to my family that we fit in and not call attention to our immigrant stature. So I was silenced. And after being silenced for so long, that muzzle just was part of who I was. And because I was told I was wrong for so long, I just stopped being Wendy. And I became the version that was created by my family. It was so deeply ingrained in me that it became my new autopilot. And I wasn't conscious to how I was living, who I was being, or what I was even doing. My choices, my feelings, my thoughts were always somebody else's, right? Like most of you who are moms out there, I was just trying to get through the day, to check off another box of my never-ending to-do list. I was exhausted, I was bitter, I was so depleted, and yet didn't know what to do other than point the finger and blame somebody else. In fact, I was so quick to blame others for my choices that I actually became unconscious to what I was doing. And what I quickly realized was I was focusing on everything and everyone else. In other words, I was focusing on what was out of my control instead of what was in my control. And what's in our control? Our thoughts, our feelings, our choices, our decisions, our reactions. It was no wonder that I felt so powerless and weak. I was focusing on all the wrong things, or rather the wrong people. How many of you guys spend more time worrying about the things that you can't control instead of focusing on the things that you do have control over? We think that if we can control everyone else, it will keep our power intact. We know that things are going to go the way we want, or at least the way that we think that they do. And if we are in control, it means that we're filling our cup from being in service to other people. The problem with that is that means that we're filling other people's cups first to feel our worthiness, to feel loved, to feel wanted, to feel seen, to feel respected. And we do that so that we don't have to feel weak, knowing that we can't do it for ourselves through acts of kindness, respect, and self-love. So how do we take back our power to focus on what is actually within our control versus what is versus what is out of our control? How is it that we can use the pain from that unexpected life transition that you thought of to awaken your hearts and to live a life of purpose? Well, I learned, and I want to teach you guys 3 steps to help you convert your weakness into power and purpose more quickly. Or in other words, as I like to call it, to empower you to shift your perspective to bring healing, breakthrough, and understanding. So step number 1, cut yourself some slack and find a new perspective that actually alchemizes the pain. You see, there are ways to transform your weakness into something else, almost like seeing it as an opportunity to guide you into hope and healing, or even perhaps a source of power that you can convert into a beacon of light for others to see. I know for a fact and from personal experience that there is always another perspective to consider. The one that you're in doesn't have to be the one that you continue to see. There are a million ways to get from point A to point B. Step number 2 is to treat your thoughts with kindness, compassion, and grace. These emotions, these feelings, these thoughts are going to keep coming in waves. And so I invite you to trust the ride will slow down when you surrender without judgment. You and you alone have the power to convert the pain into light. And you do that when you allow yourself to be felt, to be seen, to be heard. So journal, call a friend, speak to a therapist or a coach. That is how your pain will heal more quickly. Step number 3 is to seek the silver lining. In other words, to shift your mindset from this is happening to me to this is happening for me. And by doing so, you actually convert your unexpected pain into energy. And according to Einstein, energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be changed from one form to another. So what if we change that pain into something else, into healing, into a source of light, into fuel for power and a new perspective? Are you ready to experience catharsis, to release the emotional buildup that you have been grasping onto as negative energy? Catharsis is an essential part of expressing, of processing, and of releasing that emotional tension that has been stored in your body from that experience. And so now is the time. Now is your chance to heal, to mend, and to give permission to the pain of that unexpected life experience to actually pass through you, or as I like to say it, to transmute it into something else. You see, I believe that life without pain would not allow us to truly know happiness, ease, and power. After all, we all deserve the alchemy of the outcome, which I see as peace, hope, and love. And I was ready to do so after taking a year to find myself. I kept going to therapy. I discovered the world of life coaching. I hired a coach and got certified as a life coach. I took courses in spiritual psychology as well as energy healing. And each class and each session furthered my discovery of how much I had packed away. You know, when someone asks you how you are and you say, "Oh, I'm great," when you actually don't feel good. And through my studies and experience, I realized that avoiding the pain was actually only making it worse, not just for me, but for my kids and everybody else around me. And the only way in that moment was through the pain, because dancing around it wasn't cutting it anymore. It was time to rip the Band-Aid. So on September 5th, 2017, after doing all that hard work and feeling through my pain, I finally saw the fog lift and clear a path for me. A path that helped me see clearly and confidently what I actually had control over. And for the first time in my life, I stood in the power of my authentic voice and identity, and I did 3 things that day. Number 1, I walked into our couples therapist's office the morning of September 5th, and I asked my now ex-husband for a divorce. Number 2, I made the choice to quit my corporate America job and the career that I had spent 20 years creating to follow my heart, become an entrepreneur, and launch my business, The Divorce Rehab. Number 3, listening to my gut and heart telling me that I was meant for more, that my divorce happened for me so that I could help others reclaim their power of voice and identity through unexpected life transitions, to wake up and see all the choices and perspectives you have when you see through the lens of power versus weakness. You know, I could have seen my decision to end my marriage as a mistake, to wish that that woman never called, to go back to that Facebook facade life I had. But at this point, it wasn't possible, because you can't undo what you've already seen. Once you've wiped your lenses clean, your sight becomes so clear. And our fear of the unknown is what actually drives our wish to go back and try to fix things. So you want to know the secret? The way back is forward, straight through, actually, to pick a new perspective, to pick a new story. So my new story became this. My divorce was a gift. It was an awakening to get unstuck and step into my power and purpose. It was required to evolve and begin my next chapter, the one that I chose consciously. And I know that you too can take back your power at any time to shine your radiant bright light that will guide and inspire hope in the world. Divorce is not something you anticipate or plan for on your wedding day. However, it can be a catalyst for growth and power. Now is the time to become an alchemist, to take the shattered pieces of your heart from that unexpected life transition and convert them into power. You have learned what is required to take the next step on your path. So let today be the day that you take the first step to transform your excruciating pain from that unexpected life transition into power and extraordinary heart-centered purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. That was fantastic. So, Wendy, feel free to share anything you like in the chat. If anybody has any questions for Wendy, feel free to throw those in the chat and she'll be watching for those. And I'm going to roll into our next amazing speaker for today, which is Ro. Now, I just need to promote Ro again because that didn't seem to work the last time because she was logged in as a participant here. So I'm going to try this one more time. Ro, let's see if this works. And if not, Ro, if you can go to your emails really quick, I also sent you the link. So are you there, Ro? Hopefully that worked. Yes, there she is.
Okay, am I
Awesome,
here?
Wendy. If you want to turn off your video. How are you today, Ro?
I am doing okay. Little under the weather, actually, to be honest, but I'm here.
Awesome. Yes. Well, we just saw you and you were not feeling well in Philadelphia. You're just coming over the flu. So gosh, we hope you're feeling better soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm going to introduce you, Ro, and then you can take it away. So Ro is a multi-award-winning entrepreneur, TEDx speaker, and influencer for women to be feminine leaders. She has women taking more risks and achieving more than they ever had before gracefully. As an advocate for women leaders and owners, she brings the art of status quo disruption principles so women can be wealthy and fulfilled. By combining her own street smarts, femininity, values, and heart with her immersion in psychology and neuroscience, she broke several glass ceilings on Wall Street, held leadership positions, built large sales teams, became a four-time best-selling author while being married, raising 2 children, serving for nonprofits, women organizations, and facilitating women's groups. Please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Ro Couture de Serra.
Thank you. So do you see my slides and myself?
Just see you right now, Ro.
Yeah, I don't know why my slides aren't showing up.
Did you click the little green share screen?
No, I didn't.
There we go.
Oops. Okay. That would be a good thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that part helps.
Oh, my cursor's stuck right now. Hold on. All right, we're gonna have to do it out the slides today because my cursor is stuck. It won't let me select it.
Okay, no worries at all.
Okay. Let me get rid of it so I don't see it. I can't even do that. All right. Anyway, hello. All good, right? We are live. This is what live looks like. So so happy to be here. And today my topic is about how great women leaders build trust. And when you think of trust, it's like, we constantly are making decisions about who to trust, right? Every day we are bombarded with massive amounts of information on any given subject. And when it comes to success and money and business, there's certainly no shortage on that, right? And that information. So, and you really, even look at today with this beautiful summit, you don't have to go far to find an expert in everyday life. We could find experts, right? So many people are vying for our attention today. So the problem is that no matter how hard you try or how brilliant you are, there's like no way that you could understand everything that everybody is saying, nor can you believe everyone that are speaking to you. So when you think about it, how do you know who to believe and who to trust, right? So Is it someone who is confident about explaining that their solution is their best for you? Is it someone who just really speaks really well, whether on a one-on-one conversation or even on stage? Is it someone who has a ton of credentials next to their name? And I don't know about you. I mean, I'm not putting down credentials. I certainly have a few of them myself, but sometimes you kind of start to think that we're just overcompensating a little bit, because similar to like what Wendy was just saying about controlling, is really covering up things. It's the same thing with credentials, I find. But really, who do you trust finally? I mean, what about, is it people that are so like brilliant on social media? They look great, they look perfect. Is that someone who you trust? So these are just, I'm just mentioning a few here, when it comes down to it. So and it's just hard to, even like today with all these speakers, can you follow every single one? Do you listen to every single one? It's hard. I mean, sometimes we could go nuts doing that, right? And life is already crazy. So, I don't want to do that. But just trusting others is this feeling, it's this knowing, it's this like, it's like your wisdom, it's tapping into that wisdom, and it's that gut feeling, right? But to really truly understand it, I think we have to flip it to start to really understand this. Because if we have to figure out how to trust, who to trust, and what to trust, well, aren't people then looking at you, trying to decide if they should trust you or not? Food for thought, right? So, I mean, we all heard people saying, like, people buy from someone when they know, like, and trust. So, how do people get to know you? How do people get to like you? And how do people get to trust you? And, success, impact, influence, all of that requires trust. And there's two areas of trust that I really boil this down to. One is trusting yourself, and the other one is getting others to trust you, right? So, I mean, when I look back at my past, I've been a pioneer, and as a pioneer, as a thought leader, as a change maker, right? Which many of us are here today, right? It's that when I look at myself, I needed, when I first started on Wall Street back in the 80s, when I was pissed off that women weren't getting their fair share. And I was like going to prove that women can do what a man can do. That's all I was doing. I was really pissed off that we weren't getting the recognition that we deserve. I believe that women can do amazing things. I had a mom, I had the only mom that was working in the area. And I actually had a father that was really more on the feminine side than the masculine side. So I had like opposite masculine and feminine energy in my household. And I needed to trust myself when, because it wasn't about me. It was about women as a whole. And, and that's what gave me my self-trusting power to go out and break glass ceilings on Wall Street. When when I was that early woman who started lifting weights in the 80s, I was one of the original bodybuilders out there, and lifting weights. And I had a fitness trainer came up to me and says, I believe women would be great if they started working out with weights. And I was working out for a year. And in 1 month, I said, sure, I'll try it. And in 1 month, my body completely changed. So I was hooked, but I needed self-trust. I needed self-trust and the patience to get respect from the men in the bodybuilding room, because it was men only. And, and to get their mentorship. I needed, when I was pregnant at 40 and lifting weights, and my doctor was freaking out, because of it, because no one was doing that 25 years ago, and so this was again, this pioneer stage. I needed self-trust. So self-trust is, it's so, so important. Trusting yourself really involves your self-worth, your self-value. Wendy had to trust herself to leave her husband, right? All these things come into play. And knowing who you are, what you value, what you stand for, what is your mission? All of these things is what helps us to bring in that self-trust. And getting really clear on your purpose really helps you with self-trust. So all those things. But unfortunately, too many women, attribute their success to luck. And it's not about trusting themselves, and it's not about their self-value. They think that they were just in the right place at the right time. I've seen this over and over and over again. And, they like miss that self-value piece and that self-worth piece really needed to become an unstoppable woman. So there's this there's a little bit of like self-trust in there, what you want to do. But what I really want to talk about today, because it's so important, is about getting others to trust you. Because how does somebody know, like, and trust you, right? It's the least talk about area. And I see it as a huge blind spot for women, for having, a man or a woman really trust us, really get to the point where maybe respect us in a way that we get that corner office, or maybe they'll put us on the pedestal, or maybe it's that, that ideal client that you're seeking to get to that kind of trust on that level. So I want to go there deep today. That's what I want to spend the rest of today on. And it's 3 ways to build trust from others. How do you get others to trust you? Fast, authentically, and real. So because all of these are backed by neuroscientists. This is all about brain science, and it really makes, like, what makes our brain say, I like her. You know what? There's something about her that I really like. And you start opening up that trust, opening up our minds and opening up our hearts to receive what you're giving out in the world, right? So the first one is speak with intention. Know in this area, it's like really know that your delivery, everything that you're speaking is really clearly understood, so that you're clear to who you're speaking to or whom you're speaking to, whether it be a group or one-on-one, and they're having this conversation with. And one of my mentors, Judith Glacier, may she rest in peace, she founded Conversational Intelligence, and she's coined of how words move worlds. Because when you look at it, it really is about the words that you use. But in addition to being selective on the words that you use, a lot of it is like how you say it, right? Do you know when, like, someone's like, it's just something that they say, and then it's just like something about them, you don't know what it is. If that's it, like that, how do you say it that gets people's attention? It gets people to trust you. So, because this was when I learned this was something that was mind-boggling, that the words that you use can trigger our brain to be whether you are a friend or a foe. I like her. Something about her I don't trust, or him, right? That happens in a mere 0.7 of a second. Your brain will decide whether this person is friendly or this person is like, I need to watch out. I need to protect. So it happens so fast. So one way to get clear on what you're speaking so that people will see you as a friend is to ask questions that you don't know the answers to, so that you could be fully understood. It's all about everybody knowing. It's not about you coming, and I'm going to talk about this in a little bit, about being addicted to being right, being validating what you're saying. Come with this open mind of curiosity. Come with a blank slate that you don't know what this person is in a conversation, and then just start asking questions that you don't know answers to. Not asking questions. So it's very, very important. I'm going to go into that in a second, a little bit more. But what I also wanted to add on this is about, in addition, when being speaking to be really clearly understood, is be open and be transparent. Be transparent to what's on your mind. This is like, transparency is about sharing your intentions so that people don't have to read into them. Don't, make it easy for people, and talk about, it's okay, to talk about doubts and fears. And, but I just recommend that you leave out the backstory. You leave out the backstory of why you have a doubt, why you have a fear. It's not about proving that you're smart. It's not about being clever. No one really, to be honest with you, no one needs to hear that or wants to hear that. And your brain, well, your brain actually signals distrust when you're given in all the excuses and all the reasons why you have this thought, or you have this fear, or you have this doubt. And it tells in our brain to others that you actually really don't know what you're doing. And that's what the brain is doing. So whether you think about it or not. So, Sheryl Sandberg is a great example of this. She's someone that speaks with intention. She's an exceptional leader. And she relates really well. She engages with her employees on all different levels. She's not just this leader that's on the top and then everybody else is below. She's really side by side. Instead of power over, she's a great example of power with. We're all powerful, right? And she treats everybody that way. But also her ability to be vulnerable and honest really put her on the map, because it was very clear when, I think this was about 7 years ago, her husband had an accident on vacation and died. He had head trauma and died. And she went to social media not too long after that and really spoke about her feelings openly and transparently. And the world just loved her for it. And she had 75,000 comments. So this is, when, do you remember that? I mean, this is what happens when you can be transparent and open, because being vulnerable and honest is far from a sign of being weak. It's not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of your humanity, right? It's a sign that you're not afraid to communicate difficult and personal messages, and or to admit imperfection or mistakes. That is confidence. That's what that shows. That shows confidence. It's quite actually the opposite of weakness. And it opens the doors and it opens up our brains. And when that happens, we have better communication and we have better understanding. So, and just on a side note, people don't sometimes even ask me about vulnerability and like, well, when do I give my vulnerability, or how much vulnerability do I share? The one thing I want to do main is, if you're going through a heavy challenge, let's say divorce, for example, and you're in the midst of it and you're still in that angry stage, probably not the time to start talking about that, being about that vulnerability. Master that emotion first, or at least be, in that place where you can actually, start talking about it and having the common sense. Just remember that people make decisions whether you can be trusted or not in a mere 0.7 of a second. So the second way to be trusted that I want to share with you today is inspire new thoughts and actions in everyone that you meet by building on what's important to others. Because this will immediately get you out of your head and out of your way, out of your own way, and really move you more into a conversation from it's all about me to a conversation about we. It's about the collective, and you're moving into your heart. And then what happens is, the way to do this is to start listening, also known as seek to understand others. So there's two ways to listen from. Two ways to listen from perspectives. One is, what place are you listening from? And what are you listening for? So when it comes to what place are you listening from, I ask you to think about it when you're listening. Pay attention. Are you bringing your assumptions to the table? Are you bringing your assumptions to the conversation? Because when you bring assumptions to the conversation, you are automatically in your head. And then that's not going to be a trusted conversation, because no one will trust you if you're speaking from your head and you're speaking out of fear. And so assumptions, because the assumptions about others really forms the ground that you're listening from. And people pick up on that. So it could be ones that either make your attention, like I said, be from your head or from your heart. So you know what your head looks like? This is what assumption looks like when you're having a conversation, is that you're there thinking and worrying about what you're going to say next. That's a clue that you're coming from your head. You're all about your agenda. You're so worried about the outcome that you want to get to someplace. It's all about this outcome, right? That you want to get to, and you're just addicted to being right, if you're addicted to being right, that is another place of showing that you're coming from your head. And and that's not a good one to get across, to be addicted. And then sometimes it could be just that you're frustrated that somebody's not understanding you or getting what you're saying, and you can start getting frustrated. So if you started to notice that, that's you shifting from your heart into your head. And so I don't know if I hit a nerve there or on anybody, but this is what I'm suggesting that you do. And this is when you look at from a brain science in building trust and having an open-minded conversation, is drop the assumptions altogether. Just drop the assumptions. Assumptions, kind of what I was talking about earlier with this blank slate and curiosity and wonder, and just tune into your heart and theirs. Tune into your heart and tune into their heart at the same time. And listen from this deeper, wider center that really brings in intuition, gut feelings, even body awareness, right? So people naturally trust us more when we believe that we have their best interest at heart. So have other people's best interest at heart, and it should come easy for all of us, because I think that's a female superpower. I mean, we're compassionate. It's who we are. We come from our heart. We care about people. So it's actually something that should come easy to us, but we make it hard on ourselves, and we use control to overcome any weaknesses that we may have. So the other piece of listening is like, where are you listening? What are you listening for? What are you listening for when you're in a conversation? Start assuming that others are brilliant. Assume that others are extraordinary. Listen for the greatness in everyone. And when you're able to do that, and you're able to hold that space for them, you can start asking questions that you don't have answers for, right? Like I mentioned earlier. And you can start seeing the greatness in every person, seeing their destiny and their purpose and their power and their possibilities. And so really what you're doing here is you're listening to connect. You're listening to connect with the individual, so that you not only can open up their minds to new thoughts and actions, but so that you can open up to yours as well. Because to have a beautiful conversation, we both need our minds open. We both need to be out of fear and out of second guessing and out of that doubt and out of that. We both need to be in our prefrontal cortex and that openness. And so what I suggest, the way to do this is slow down the process. Slow down the process. Trust building needs everyone's brain to be out of fear and into heartfelt thoughts. And so, because it's not about you, it's about we. And so assume that you don't know, that you don't see in themselves what they have. What I'm suggesting is so many times, and this is, if you do this where you don't assume that you see what people's problems are right away, especially like coaches want to do this, or you see, you're looking for clients and you see what they have. Don't assume right away that just checking my time, trusting that exactly what their problem is. And I'm telling you, if you just bring your expertise too fast to the table and assume we know their problems, wants, and needs, I'm going to ask you that it's just too close to it. So, I mean, I used to do this all the time. I was like a kid in the candy store when somebody was really nice, and I would speed up the process. So just take your time and really ask more questions. Go deeper, because if you could uncover something that they don't know about themselves, that they've never seen before, they're going to love you. They're going to love you because they're like, wow, I never saw that. And now you're going to have raving fans. So just listen to connect. It's about focusing your attention on the other person and what they're trying to say, and where they're saying for. So, and the last one is really, it's just pay attention to your own voice as to what you're bringing to the table, as to, are you crossing the path that evokes greatness in everyone? So, say it in a value that really calls forth their power, their strength, and their possibilities. So 3 ways to be trusted is speak with intention, inspire new thoughts and actions, and bring forth their power in everyone else. And it's a combination of trusting yourself and getting others to trust you. It's that combination. You need the both in order to do that. And I'm going to put into the chat box a gift that I have, because especially if you ever thought you were the lucky one, The gift is just all you have to do is you can take out your cell phone right now, just text the word gutsy to 411-321. I'll put it in the chat box. And I just want to give you a free gift so that, we could continue our own conversation and have some open-hearted, courageous conversations that I would love to have. So thank you very much for today.
Thank you, Ro. If you can turn off your sound and video, Jackie, if you want to turn yours on, we're going to do our best to keep things on time today. I did do a draw in between. So our first lucky winner is Caesar. So Caesar, we just saw her in New Jersey. She's speaking at our Newark event coming up. So watch your mailbox, Caesar. You got a beautiful gift coming to you. So how are you today, Jackie?
Hey, Charla, I'm doing well. Good to see everyone here.
I know, we got a fantastic group of ladies today. So I'm going to introduce you and you can take it away. So now, ladies, from Los Angeles, California, comes a sensational storyteller with a true story of intense passion that will blow your mind, inspire you, entertain you, and leave you breathless. Jackie Somerville is a best-selling author, speaker, and co-founder of 100 Most Powerful Women. She is on a mission to ignite passion in the hearts of women everywhere. Jackie draws on a lifetime of pushing the envelope, taking big risks, and challenging the status quo. I'm not going to lie to you, ladies. She's been married a few times. She's immigrated twice. She's been fat, slim, broke, rich, and followed her gut to a lifetime of excitement, adventure, passion, and purpose. Now, Jackie invites you to come to the edge with her. Please welcome the one and only Jackie Somerville.
Thank you, Charla. Hi, everybody. Well, I'm going to tell you a different story today. There's so many of you on this call that have heard my story many times, and so sometimes I like to change it up. And today I'm going to challenge your need to be humble, and I'm going to open you up to a world of prosperity and a world of success and joy and happiness, and more importantly, using your full potential. When I was 11 years old, growing up in South Africa, I was sent to boarding school. And it was interesting because my family, while my father had worked very hard and got himself educated and was working up the ranks of a corporation, we weren't considered to be very, very rich, but we were very stable. And my parents decided that it was the most important thing to do was to send their children to the best schools that they could possibly afford. So they sacrificed a lot of other things in order to send us, my brother, my sister, and I, to the best private schools in the country. And I did not realize at the time just how valuable this would be for me. And I'm going to explain why. By the time I was 12, so for 2 years, I went to one school, didn't like it much. So when I was 12, I moved to the most expensive private all-girls school in the country. And my parents sacrificed, as I said, to send me there. And it was the exposure that I had to people that became so important in my life. It was the exposure to how others lived. It was the exposure to what wealth did for them in their lives. It was the exposure to how they lived and the way that they lived that had a massive impact on me. And that was a big reason why I ended up as a wealthy woman. One of my best friends, her name was Debs, she had a very interesting father, Mr. Reed, who ran a very successful company. And I used to go to their farm on weekends. They had multiple homes, and these homes were all decorated beautifully. And I remember the farm just being so gorgeous, the home being so beautiful, and how Mrs. Reed had carte blanche to decorate, and she was so brilliant at it, these beautiful homes and make this great life for her kids and for her husband. And I remember us going grocery shopping, and there were 4 carts filled to the brim because there was no limit to what she purchased. And I'll never forget those grocery shopping expeditions with Mrs. Reed, just seeing the carts just piled high. And she was such a brilliant cook that she would put on these magnificent dinner parties. And I would get to be a part of all of that. Back then, when I was growing up in South Africa, there weren't restrictions as to how much a teenager participated in adult dinner parties, including the finest wines. And so from a young age, I was exposed to that, rightly or wrongly. I happen to believe that the more exposure one gets, the less one is likely to abuse things, because it's not a big deal. So it was never a big deal for us, but we were always included in the finest wines. And I just remember the filet mignon and these beautiful creamy sauces, and the dinner table was so gorgeously decorated and lavish. And so these things were really impressed upon me. Also, I witnessed how they treated their kids. They loved them. Mr. Reed provided an incredible life for his family. He was a really great employer who treated his employees in his large company really well. And he was a very entertaining man. I was extremely fond of him. And I have such great memories of sitting at he had this bar in the family room. And I remember him standing all big and strong and powerful behind this bar and making us laugh so much. He was extremely entertaining. He was very bombastic, and we could probably say egotistical. None of those things I saw as negatives. I liked him. I liked the way he supported his family. I liked the way he loved his family. I liked the way he was. He was funny. He was entertaining. He was kind, even though he was bombastic and out there in the world, powerful and proudly putting himself out there and using every single bit of his potential to create a successful life. And all of this was being absorbed by my teenage brain. And I really liked it. I also happened to go to school with the Oppenheimer family. Now, for some of you who might know, the Oppenheimers were the very famous diamond family in South Africa. And so I was exposed to these very wealthy people, even though we didn't have that wealth. The exposure ended up being so very important to me. And I'll tell you what else. Learning that humbleness is not your friend. Now that might dig at you a little bit, but I'm going to challenge you by sharing the definition of humbleness with you. Here it is: having or showing a modest or low estimate of one's own importance. Now, I don't know about you, but my God does not make mistakes. My God does not make human beings who aren't important. So if you have a low estimate of yourself, I'm going to challenge you right now to start thinking about that in a different way. One of the pieces of writing that was to be very life-changing for me much later on in my life, and I'm sure many of you know it, is that famous piece of prose from Marianne Williamson's book, A Return to Love, where she says, "It is your light, not your darkness, that frightens you." Well, actually, the quote is, "It is our light, not our darkness, that frightens us." It is who we are that frightens us. It's not that we lack anything. And so I want you to start looking at the way that you view yourself and your own importance on this earth. Because as long as you buy into the nonsense of low importance, therefore that definition of humble, you are not living up to your full potential. And I believe that when we are not living up to our full potential, we are disappointing our Creator. And believing in your own importance does not mean that you therefore are more important than others, but it does mean that you are no less important. So I want you to start realizing that your success in life, the realization of your full potential, becoming wealthy and prosperous, using your potential that enables you to help others, because you cannot help the poor if you're one of them, depends on you throwing this notion of being humble and lowly out the window once and for all, and stand up boldly and proudly and claim who you are in this world. You are a powerful being created by a creator who does not make mistakes. I will forever be grateful to Mr. Reed for being such a powerful influence in my life, showing me that your hiding yourself, your humbleness, your fear of standing bold in the face of judgment does not serve you. I will also forever be grateful to my parents for sacrificing so much to send me to a place where I was exposed to a much better life. One of the keys to living successfully and being wealthy in your life, and I'm going to go through 4 of them today, is clarity. Clarity on what you truly desire and who you truly want to be in this world. And how do we get clarity on what we desire? Through exposure. We must expose ourselves to how other people live. We must expose ourselves to people who are wealthy. We must expose ourselves to those who have what we desire. We must have the courage to look further than our own little surroundings. Exposure is really, really important. And what my parents did by sending us to those schools and forcing us to see what else was possible was exposing us to a better life. And when I saw all of that, I also realized if they could do it, why not me? If those families could live like that, why couldn't I have that for my life? So that was hugely, hugely important for me. So when I got to the age of 32 and found myself living paycheck to paycheck in a small rental apartment as a new immigrant in Vancouver, in a state of struggle with credit card debt and a dying relationship and a dead-end job, I was like, what the hell happened to my life? This is a bunch of crap. I don't want to live this way. This is not the way I'm supposed to live. Why? Because I knew better. And I'm so grateful that I did. I want you guys to drop any judgment that you might have of how other people live their lives. I want you to allow yourself to open your eyes to it and to imagine you living it. Do you know that our judgment of others, when we are judging how others spend money or how others live their lives or others having money, we block money. We block it completely. So if on one hand, you find yourself wanting more money in your life, wishing that you weren't struggling financially, but on the other hand, you judge those with money and how they live, I want to tell you that you have built a giant big wall to money and success in your life. And I want you to take that down now. Give it up, let it go. Your judgment of others is causing you a lot of grief in your life. But I also want to tell you that you need to be open to being judged. Because fear of judgment is causing you to be too humble. Fear of judgment is causing you to shine your light. Anybody who I've ever seen been wildly successful in life, and I have seen many of them, they have been radically judged by others because they had the courage to do what they needed to do what was on their heart, to live their full potential. And lots of people judge that as being egotistical. Lots of people judge that as being too full of yourself. I want you to stop caring about what they say about you and step fully into your own light. It is our light, not our darkness, that frightens us. Do you see? So let's stop that and let's shine in all our glory in the face of all the judgment. Because at the end of the day, when you have reached the end of your days on this earth, you're going to go, why didn't I stop worrying about the opinions of others and the judgments of others? Why did I shine my light under the bush, pretending to be humble, buying into this nonsense that humbleness is somehow a virtue? And all I did was not live my full potential. I wrote this down because this came to me this morning. Your false belief in humbleness as a virtue can hamstring your potential and your prosperity. And since you cannot help the poor if you're one of them, it can absolutely hamstring your ability to contribute and give to others. So if I can do nothing else today, I want you to stand fully in your light and be judged for being full of yourself and egotistical, crazy, whatever the hell else people want to throw at you, because you're the one who's going to laugh all the way to the bank. You're the one who's going to get to the end of your days with zero regret. And you're the one who's going to influence other young people, just like Mr. Reed influenced my life. I am so grateful to him, God rest his soul, for being such an influence in my life. I'm so grateful to my parents for exposing me to people like that. And I'm so grateful that I took the lessons and acted on them. And the times that I have slipped back into my small self have caused me a lot of grief and a lot of struggle that I did not need to buy into. So let's just go back to this number one step that I told you about, clarity, that also comes from exposure. Getting super clear on what you actually want in your life, what you desire, and who you truly want to be in the world. What you want to do with your time, what you want to do with your exorbitant potential, because you have exorbitant potential. Whether that is tied up in your beautiful mind, your gorgeous body, your beautiful face, all of the above, your incredible soul, all of those things are gifts and talents that you are allowed to utilize as long as you're this human being on earth. They were all given to you by God. So which ones are your particular gifts? And what do you want to do with them? Who do you want to become in this world? And what would you like to have? What kind of life would you like to live? And I want to encourage you today to drop the struggle and step into prosperity, because money makes a huge difference in your life. Money. I'll tell you a little side story. I witnessed recently a good friend of mine having a serious knee injury. And because she was reliant on the insurance company, a couple of weeks actually went by before she even got an MRI to determine what was wrong. Another couple of weeks went by before they approved her surgery. All the while, she's not able to move and everything else is atrophying. And the injury is just solidifying. Scar tissue is building up. Nothing good is happening. Why? Because she was reliant on insurance as opposed to having the wealth to say, I'm not reliant on all these systems in life that hold me back and keep me small. I'm going to pay the money because I've got it to get the MRI. I'm going to pay the money because I've got it to get the best surgeon on the planet. I'm going to pay the money because I've got it to get the best rehab that's available. And what's more, what about paying the money to get a trainer so that those kinds of injuries don't happen in the first place? Oh, money is a very good thing, you guys. It is a beautiful thing. It is a very good thing for your health, for your well-being, for your ability to help others, for your ability to live an enjoyable, beautiful life. Just like what I saw my dear friend Debs and her family living growing up. This lovely life that made such an impression on me. The freedom, the luxury, the beauty, the nuance, the detail. How great it made me feel to step into a place that was designed so beautifully, as opposed to chaos and ugliness. It showed me the importance of wealth and that my desires were good and right. And I invite you to do the same for yourself today. Money is a very good thing. I want you to open your heart to more of it now. Make friends with it, make peace with it, and welcome it into your life. Get super clear on what your desires are. Make peace with them and know that they come from God. And to be wealthy and to be healthy and to be in love and to be kind, but to let your friggin' light shine and to stop being humble is your God-given right. So when I found myself in this crappy situation at the age of 32, because of the exposure that I had, I knew that that wasn't the life for me. I was like, what have you done, Jacqueline? This is not the life you're meant to live. What are you going to do about it? Remember the life you want. Get back in touch with your desires. Make peace with them and have the audacity to ask God for them. So I got super clear on what I desired. And I didn't let the limitations of my current circumstances affect me in any way. Oh, I didn't have any money. I was in credit card debt. I was earning less than what my expenses were every month and slipping deeper and deeper in the hole. I didn't know where to turn. And I sat down and I said, what do you want your life to look like? Because you know that there's magic in the universe and that you weren't born for this struggle. And I wrote down that I wanted a farm and a place in the sun. And I wrote down that I wanted horses and dogs, and I wanted to be an animal philanthropist. I wanted to help save the lives of animals and conserve the environment. I knew that's what I wanted. I knew that I wanted beautiful jewelry and that I wanted beautiful clothes. I knew that I wanted to travel first class. I'd already traveled quite a lot in my life because that had been important to me and I'd made it happen. But I was done sitting in the back of the bus. I was done staying at cheap hotels. I knew I wanted to travel in luxury from this moment on. And I got so super clear and I wrote those things down without considering the limitations of the current circumstance that I was in. And I remember feeling such power that came from getting clarity on my desires. And I remember looking at that page going, yes, this is it. And I remember knowing that it was mine to be had. And so I bought in to faith and belief, because that is the second step. After clarity of your desires, by exposure and allowing yourself to stop judging others and to truly allowing yourself to want what you want without judging yourself for it, and knowing God wants you to be as wealthy as you want to be and as prosperous and as healthy and as joyful as you could possibly be on this turn on this earth. The second step is faith and belief. So when I looked at that page, I just somehow had this knowing that I did not need to know how it was going to happen. That because I had the audacity to write it down and say, God, this is it. This is what I want, and I know it's possible because I saw it. Faith and belief. That's your second step. I needed to have faith that it was happening and belief that it was absolutely 100% mine, even though I didn't know a friggin' thing about how I was going to make it come to pass. I want you to stop being limited by what you think is possible or how you think you can do something. Put that right out of your mind right this moment and get super clear. You are dealing with a divine universe that has absolutely zero limits. It does not matter whether you ask for 1 penny or 1 million or $100 million. It's all the same to the divine. So what are you going to ask for? And more importantly, what are you going to believe? Because you can ask for something. If you don't believe it, it's dead in the water. This is why my fourth step, and I'm going to skip a step here for a second. My fourth step is guidance. Guidance, help, coaches. We believe in our clients when they don't believe in themselves. We help them to constantly keep the faith, to constantly believe in themselves and in the divine by guiding them, by teaching them, by doing meditations with them. For those of you who want this life, who want to find clarity on your desires, fall in love with your desires, start believing in your desires, have faith in the divine and in yourself, you might want to apply to be a part of 100 Most Powerful Women. If you want to tap into this kind of inspiration that I'm sharing with you right now, every day, then I invite you to apply. It's an application process. It's not for everybody. But for those of you who know that your time is now, your days of humble scarcity are over, then step up and get the guidance that's going to get you there. Because my number 3 tip in all of this is courage. We have to have the courage to believe in our desires, to take the steps that come to us through divine guidance when they do. It's a very important part of the process. You can sit and get super clear on your desires. You can have what you think is faith and belief. And then God gives you a divine download to act on, and you're fearful of doing it, and so you don't do it. You need courage. So later on in my life, when I found myself struggling again, I had to have the courage to do everything it took to act on my divine downloads, to speak on every stage I could speak on. So I sold everything I had in order to afford that, because I knew that's what I needed to do. That took courage. We got to have courage to act on the steps that the divine puts in our minds. Oh, and you get the steps super clearly when you've got super clear on your desires, when you have faith and belief. Oh, trust me, God is going to put ideas in your mind. Do you have the courage to follow up on them? Well, when you have coaches who believe in you, when you have guidance from those who have gone before, who know how to do it, who do it every day, and who help others do it as part of their lives, we will help you have the courage to do what you need to do to make this happen. No one ever got rich and successful without courage. And of course, that 4th step is the guidance. The guidance to help you tune in to those divine downloads. The guidance to give you the courage to take them. The faith and the belief from your mentors that comes when you're wavering. Because as human beings, don't we have all sorts of stuff that comes at us, right? This is why even someone like me, who was exposed to all of that, who knew exactly how to make it happen, who knew it was possible, who fell into it very early on in life, who got rich very early on, still fell back into struggle from time to time. Why? Because we're bombarded by so-called realistic nonsense. We're bombarded by this whole notion that society tells us that being humble is a good thing. Hide your light. Don't shine it too brightly. Others will judge you. Give that up right now. Be judged in all of your glory. It's one of the main keys to your success. So when society is beating you down, when you're watching too much news, when you're listening to the opinions of others, when you are taking advice from small people who've never made millions, when you're taking advice from people who are scared and who are trying to hold you back, that's when you need mentors, and you need to be surrounded by a group of like-minded people who lift you up and remind you of how powerful you are every single day. Because it takes courage to fly in the face of convention. And I'm inviting you right now to give up being conventional. Conventional is not for winners. Those who are successful in life have the courage to be unconventional, the courage to be judged, the courage to shine their light in the face of it all. What are you deciding in this moment? What are you deciding to be and to do and to have? You can have anything your heart desires. You can be whoever you choose to be, as long as you give up humbleness as a virtue. This divine spirit that has your back, that imbued you with so many gifts and talents, is willing you to use them. It's willing you. Don't buy into the smallness of humanity. Don't buy into what anybody else is saying. You are so powerful. You are so gifted. You are so talented. And I want to tell you something else. Your gifts and talents don't necessarily look like anybody else's. And the way you do something doesn't have to be like anybody else. And you don't have to come up with a brand new idea either. You might be sitting there wanting to do something that's been done 1,000,000 times on this planet. And you might think, well, there's 1,000,000 people doing it. How could I possibly succeed? There is no one like you. Stop thinking that you are somehow inferior or that you are not special, that you have this bright light that shines in you that's going to ensure that whatever you do is going to be different to anybody else. So throw that right out the window. Wherever your heart is leading you, I promise you, you can make money from it. And when you do, you're going to have no more struggle. And you're going to be able to help all the people you've been wanting to help on this planet. Do you know how magnificent it is to be able to say to somebody, don't worry, I'll buy you a new car. I'll pay off your mortgage. All is well. Don't worry about the fact that you can't send your son to school. I'm going to pay for his education. Don't worry about the fact that you can't afford the airfare or the hotel. I'm going to treat you to that vacation. This is what I'm inviting you to step into. Oh, and the shoes and the purses and the jewelry are beautiful too. For those of you who are glamour girls like me, it is so wonderful to no longer compromise, to no longer buy cheap knockoffs, to buy beautiful things, because I believe that quality outdoes quantity every day of the week. People who hoard things and who want too much stuff is a poverty mentality. This is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about quality, about details, about living a peaceful, nuanced, beautiful life. A life without constant compromise and a life without struggle. It reminds me of one of the great blessings. I think I have a few more minutes. One of the great blessings that I had, which was to go to the Ferrari factory in Modena in Italy. Because when you own Ferraris, you can go to the factory as a guest anytime, and they treat you like royalty. And I happen to like, some of you know me, you know that I like beautiful things. I like fast cars. I like beautiful cars. I like quality, as I mentioned. I love design. So when I look at something that's a beautiful design, it fills my heart up and I can appreciate it so much. So these gorgeous cars, they just fill me up. And so it was very interesting for me to go to the factory. And I did not know just how great that was going to be. There was an interest there for sure, but I had no idea the impact they would have on me. We walk in, there was only 1 or 2 assembly lines. There was beautiful music playing. There were people dressed in lab coats working with precision on each one of these cars. Everything was done stoically, beautifully. Nothing was rushed. Nothing was hurried. Everybody took great pride in what they did. You could have eaten off the floor, you guys. It was spotless. I remember walking into the room where the seats and the leather dashes and everything were being made. Sewing machines, but by hand, from women who had worked there for decades, who took such pride in it, who were seamstresses of the highest quality, doing the best work that they were born to do. And they were so proud, showing me how they did it and the quality of the leather that they were working. I can remember the smell. I can remember the smiles on their faces. I can remember the pride that they had in their jobs and this quality that just oozed in every single thing from the shop floor to the finished product, made such an impression on me. And I realized that quality matters, that how we live our lives matters, and that money enables us to live a life of quality. So I'm inviting you to live a life of quality, to let go of struggle once and for all, to step up and to shine your magnificent bright light in this universe, and to remember that humbleness hamstrings you. There is no prosperity and there is nothing to be proud of when it comes to shining, hiding your brilliant light. So step up, be judged, invite it in, because you never want to let your fear of judgment hold you back ever again. Go and be who you were born to be on this earth. Be it proudly, be it boldly, shine strongly, be egotistical if that's what it takes. Be all that you were put on this earth to be. Because when you are prosperous, when you are utilizing your full potential, my God, the difference you will make in the world is staggering. So stop playing small. Stop being humble. Stop the struggle from now on. Get super clear on your desires. Expose yourself to a better life. Have the faith and the belief. And when you don't, make sure you are surrounded by those who have faith and belief for you. Join 100 Most Powerful Women or apply to join it if that is what's going to make the difference, because that's what makes the difference for so many of us. Surrounding ourselves by those kinds of people, just as it did for me from a teenager right through till the time that I hired coaches and I worked with the best. It made all the difference in my life. Number 3, have the courage to take the steps that the divine shows you to take. Have the courage to stand up in front of the world and share your gifts and talents. And when you are afraid, your mentors and your coaches will bolster you, will remind you of your power so that you no longer hide who you are in this world. And number 4, reach out for help and guidance and be in a place that supports you. Surround yourself by those that support you always, so that all the smallness of the world no longer influences you. And you get to the end of your day saying, I did it. I friggin' did it. I became all that I was put on this earth to be. Healthy, prosperous, in love, wealthy, and I helped all those that I could help because I could. So if you are ready, apply to join 100 Most Powerful Women, and we will have an interview with you to see if we are a fit. Shine your light in this world. Throw humbleness to the curb. You're ready. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jackie. Fantastic. Yes. Like I said, it's a rare time where we actually have some faces for 100 Most Powerful Women. So we're starting interviews this coming week. If you want to get one of those interviews throughout May, be sure to fill out your application sooner rather than later. And we look forward to learning about you and your big goals and dreams. So thanks so much, Jackie. That was a totally different talk. I wasn't used to it. So I sat on the edge of my seats listening to all these amazing news stories. So thanks so much for sharing with us today.
Thank you, Charlotte. Thanks, everybody.
Awesome. Sharon, do you want to turn on your sound and video? I'm going to introduce Sharon and she can take it away. So, founder of multiple organizations, Sharon's journey as an educator began over 35 years ago and has taught and coached individuals of all ages. Sharon's career in Montessori education, combined with a passion for self-discovery, extended to her becoming a mindset coach. She truly believes a growth mindset is crucial to our existence. Sharon has a master's in education, is certified mindfulness coach, and a contributing author of 2 books. She is also certified in various healing modalities. Sharon shares simple and effective strategies that have helped her hack her fears. She is committed to supporting individuals liberate themselves and live life to the fullest. Please welcome our next amazing speaker, Sharon.
Thank you so much, Charla. The magic inside fear. Now, you're probably wondering how the words fear and magic go together. And yet, how often have we robbed ourselves of opportunities only because our fears get in our own way? What's worse is that quite often we are not even aware that we are doing this. I faced my most debilitating fear in my mid-20s. I was living in my birthplace, Mombasa, a town on the exotic coast of Kenya. Coming from humble beginnings, I had lived a sheltered life, married at the age of 20. I went from my parents' home to live with my husband and in-laws. A couple years later, my marriage was breaking. I began having panic attacks in trying to please my husband and everyone else. I was compromising on myself, my own values. I thought I had no other options. Now I was on tranquilizers. One dark night, I found myself driving towards a popular area by the ocean, a precipitous, cliffy area, torrential waves of the Indian Ocean crashing against the cliff. That same area that had nourished me with delicious street food, and the ocean which had fostered in me a sense of peace throughout my childhood, was looming like death. My heart was pounding and my mind was numb. I stopped my vehicle, and in that moment, all I wanted was to end my life. It was in that moment, just like in the movie, Thelma and Louise, where in the final scene, they are sitting in their Thunderbird, in front of them, a precarious dip of the Grand Canyon, and behind them, the cops. Thelma and Louise pause, look at each other. And Thelma says, keep going. And they drive into the canyon. I became aware of my body shaking with fear. Fear of losing the love of my life, the father of my children, feeling lifeless, inadequate, shattered. I didn't think I could take care of myself or my children. I had always depended on people to take care of me. My words, the words in my head kept spinning. My life is over. I'm done. Naive to the ways of the world, the thought of a pittance paycheck and surviving in a developing country only compounded my already devastated state of mind. And this would be a really good point for me to give a lot of gratitude to my parents and my family and friends who have always supported me. They've held my back whenever I've needed it. But I wanted to be independent. I didn't want a dependent life. And that's all I had known. And it was in that moment, all in an instant, I looked over. No Thelma there saying, keep going. Instead, I saw my 1- and 3-year-olds asleep in the backseat. The voice in my head said, you can drive yourself over the cliff, but you have no right to take your kids with you. And if you go, you're going to leave your children without their mother. It was in that moment that I changed the trajectory. I backed up and drove home. Today, 30 years later, I can say that I have been through a series of beautiful rebirths, all in one lifetime. Who gets that? Each time I conquered a fear, I've unveiled unimaginable potential and possibilities. From being a dependent, insecure, uncertain, and a highly sensitive individual, I've now become a woman of substance. I am now able to positively influence my family, friends, society. In serving myself, I ended up serving humanity. What shifted my position? What shifted my position from victim to victor and from fearful to fearless? I had to identify my fears, the impact they had on my life, and change my mindset. Fear is a basic human emotion that is like a seed that has been planted by nature to keep us safe. When our ancestors went in search for food, they needed those instincts to keep them safe. And don't get me wrong, we also need them. In today's time, we too need those instincts to act in situations that need safety. Not everything needs safety. What was life-changing for me was understanding that fear can be triggered even in non-threatening situations, such as a sudden sound, uncertainty, a new job. Our ancestors realized this. They adapted, became inventive and creative. I mean, we wouldn't be here if they didn't. They shifted the mindset and survived. There is a very fine line between fear that keeps us safe and fear that holds us back. Take a moment to think about what triggers you. What causes you agitation and resentment? What's making you feel like you're not in control? There is only one thing you can control, and that is your mindset. I took control by changing my mindset. I'm going to share with you 6 tools that were instrumental in my transformation. The first one, the mindset of trust. Trust in the universe, knowing that we are connected to the universe and to each other. The late Dr. Wayne Dyer used the following example, and this is my interpretation. Rest in peace, Dr. Wayne Dyer. Look at this orange. Now, would you say the peel is the orange, the pulp is the orange, or the seed is the orange? Which part is the orange? Combined, they make the orange. And each part of the orange has the essence, the qualities of the orange. Similarly, we are part of the universe, and the universe is part of us. I had the trust that I possess the power and the strength of the universe. Just like the seed of the orange has to be nurtured to grow into an orange, I worked on developing the seed of inner strength. Think about planets rotating on their axis and orbiting the sun in complete perfection and timing. Who or what do you think is controlling that and holding that in place? Oh yes, physicists will say gases. Yeah, where did gases come from? If the universe in its infinite power could hold the planets in place, I trusted that the same power, the same source would hold me, carry me, and transform my life. I was willing to trust. My next point, the mindset of awareness. The late Buddhist monk, Thich Nhat Hanh said, awareness is like the sun. When it shines, it transforms things. My one moment of awareness saved 3 lives. My daughter is sitting in Croatia. She works out of there. I'm sure she's very grateful that we all survived. Stop and check in. Become aware of what triggers you. What is the need of this control and expectation? Things have to be this way. And then we get all worked up about it. How are you responding to these triggers? And that takes me to my third point. The mindset of receptivity. Once you are aware, give yourself permission to change. Allow yourself to make the change. When I work with clients, it's the first thing. It's the first thing I want to determine. Are you willing to trust that there is a universal power? Are you aware that you want to work on something? And are you open to making a change? Otherwise, we are not moving. We're going to be stuck and we're going to have a life. If you're happy with it, amazing. And if you're not happy with it, these are the first 3 steps. When you open yourself to change, you're saying to the universe, I am opening the door to new possibilities. Now bring it in. Bring it in. I am worthy. I am deserving. I am ready to receive. Remember, I was in Kenya and this was still the mid-80s. Resources were hard to come by. But the moment I decided to change my life, the universe provided me with tools, one of them being Robin Sharma's The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari. People came into my life to help. It was the stepping stone that led me to my 4th tool, the mindset of intention. Be precise and know exactly what you want to change and why. My what was to find my hidden potential and strength. Surely I was not born to be subservient. There had to be more to life's purpose for me. My why was my children. Famous billionaire Oprah Winfrey loved reading at a very young age. Her mother would say, why bother reading? You're going to be a housemaid, just like me. But Oprah was very strong in her what and her why. She knew she did not want to end up as a maid. Her what was she was going to be rich and famous. Her why, I'm sure you can guess. The 5th tool. the mindset of attention. Where and what are you giving attention to? My life changed and elevated when I began giving attention to thoughts very consciously. I stopped wasting my energy on destructive and depleting thoughts. Oh, poor me. Oh, there's a black cloud. Oh, I stopped that. Whatever you think about creates a thought bubble. The more you think about it, the bigger the bubble gets. And depending on what you're thinking about, some of these bubbles can be dark, heavy, and lingering. This is not what we want. We honor our heavy thoughts and change our attention to focusing on thoughts that are empowering and positive. These create light, fluffy, and transitioning bubbles. What bubbles are you going to give attention to? Now to the last and mother of all tools, the mindset of spiritual growth. Mindfulness and meditation practices heal deep-rooted fears and fosters mental and emotional stability. It connects you to your true essence. Remember, your true essence is connected to the universe. We give so much importance to our physical and material aspects that most of us neglect the spiritual aspect of our lives, when in fact, an elevated spirit is what makes the impossible possible. Through daily practices of spiritual rituals, forgiveness, gratitude, I found myself what I call my Santosha space. Santosha means inner peace and feeling satisfied, content, complete. I'm the founder of Santosha Mindful Living. I had it up on my virtual background screen. And of course, it disappeared at the last minute. And that's okay, because my attention is here. So I can make an impact. I'm not going to waste my time over, oh my gosh, is my green screen gone green? Is it whatever it is? It's okay. Earlier, I had practiced my faith. Now, I had faith. To review the tools, begin with trust in the universe. Become aware of your triggers. Open yourself to change. What and why do you want to change? Give attention to what you wish to see expand in your life, and implement practices to elevate your spirit. Collectively, these tools will help cultivate the seeds that we already have, the potential of self-esteem, self-respect, self-confidence, self-acceptance. I mean, who doesn't want that? Do we always want to be dependent on others validating us or other external stimuli to validate us? The magic lies in you. When I discovered this, my fear was replaced with ease and grace. I saw fear in a different light, as a gift, which when unpacked and opened, it unlocked treasures beyond my imagination. Now, each time I get upset, I ask myself, oh, Shireen, what's the fear about? When I dig deeper, it goes down to some sort of a fear. My subconscious memory had registered the trauma of feeling rejected in my marriage. And this kept triggering me in my relationships thereafter. Again, I share this with utmost respect. All the people that come in our lives, the ups, the downs, the lows, the highs, the bad, the good, the ugly, are spiritual saviors. And I say this with utmost respect to you, because it's a hard concept. And I truly respect, and it just feels so blessed to have had those experiences. There's no way I would be sitting here if it wasn't for those experiences. And of course, my friend Donnelly, who for 3 years was like, why don't you become a speaker? And I thought, and I would shake. Anyways, I'm here today. Thank you. But really, what life do we want? And then in hindsight, I knew that these emotions were just obscurities that needed to be healed. Every time I encountered insecurity or disrespect, or what I thought was disrespect, what would I do? Self-sabotage my relationships. When I met my current partner, my past continued to haunt me. And despite their differences, he and his ex-wife have this amazing relationship, which I couldn't relate to. All I could think of was, if it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, quacks like a duck, it must be a duck. And boom, my fears had regurgitated old wounds. But they weren't really ducking around together. Oh, I tell you, my head was quacking. Quack, 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 quack. You felt that. I'm sure you've experienced at some point or another, and you go, I just can't get this out of my head. My close friends got so fed up of listening to me whining that they advised me to leave the relationship. But I had thankfully developed enough awareness to know that I had met someone who had values that were consistent to mine. This guy was a keeper. Of course, the quacking in my head would have me behave like I was possessed. My panic attacks showed up. I mean, seriously, when there was nothing to be worried about. Oh, that's what fear will do. That's what fear does. It will make distant associations. Finally, I gave myself an ultimatum: leave or heal your wounds. I applied the tools I have shared with you today and transformed my mindset. And 11 years later, my partner, his ex, his family, we all have a beautiful relationship. And they live happily ever after. I began seeing fear as a gift.
Awesome, Sharon. If you can wrap things up, we just have our next speaker ready to go, okay? It's over the 20 minutes now, so we're just doing our best to stay on time.
Sure. Remember, you are a part of the universe. You too have the same essence of unconditional love. You're everything you desire. Are you going to rise above the circumstances you cannot change? Are you going to allow your uncomfortable emotions to direct you to your gifts? If you wish to nurture the seeds of your inner power, your magic, I invite you to join me for a free masterclass. Aim for an empowered mindset. They're easy, simple to use strategies that you can apply in your daily life. I'm going to put the link in the chat box, and you can also visit our website at santoshaml.com. Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your beautiful presence with me. And thank you, Sharla, for your patience.
You're welcome, Sharon. So if you want to turn off your sound and video, Sharon, as you're sharing that link, and I'm going to ask Dr. Elsbeth if she could turn on her sound and video. Hi, Dr. Elsbeth. How are you today?
Well, I'm so great. Thank you, Shala.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to introduce you and you can take it away. So Dr. Elsbeth Muth has assisted thousands of women to create lasting intimacy and fulfillment in their lives and relationships. She is featured on Showtime's documentary series, Sexual Healing, and the Emmy Award-winning NBC show, Starting Over. Best-selling author of Sexual Enlightenment, endorsed by world-renowned spiritual pioneer, Dr. Michael Beckwith, and the co-founder of Tantra Nova Institute in Chicago. She has coached billionaires, Innovators and power couples all over the world shared her intimacy secrets at a global YPO conference in Paris and got nominated as change maker at the White House sponsored 2016 United State of Women Summit in Washington, D.C. Please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Dr. Elsbeth Muth.
Thanks a million, really. And thank you for this platform. Thank you for these. I mean, Shala, I'm just in total awe what you have created. And I'm also so inspired by the previous talks and presentations. And in some sense, I want to build on that, perhaps tapping into a different dimension, but all of that is just like the orange or the drop in the ocean. So I just invite you to recalibrate right now. So if you could sit up in an erect way, let your body relax, and when you are ready, exhale all air, empty yourself out. Then taking in a deep breath through the nose, down into the lungs, into the diaphragm and into the belly. And on the exhalation, follow the exhale, moving up and out of your nostrils. Again, a deep breath in through the nose, down into the belly. Place one hand on your belly so you can feel your belly extending. And on the exhalation, send the breath back up and out of your nostrils. Let's do this one more time. A deep breath in, down into the lungs, all the way down into the belly, extending the belly into the hand, and on the exhalation, following the breath, moving up and out of your nostrils. And just notice how you're feeling right now while you continue breathing in and breathing out. Perhaps you feel a little calmer or more grounded or centered, or perhaps just recalibrated. So what we just tapped into, which is really the breath and our life force energy in action, because breath and life force energy go hand in hand. We are not alive when we don't breathe, and how we know this is when someone dies, what goes first is the breath and then life force. So if they go together in dying, they must go together when we are alive, and we are putting this here to use. So this breath energy that you just tapped into, I want to build on this further, because this is what I call for women is connecting to their feminine essence. And feminine essence may be perhaps a little bit, what is this? Let me explain. And how did I come to awaken my feminine essence? So it was over 20 years ago. I was a management consultant, really traveling the world, had gotten really good in consulting. By the way, you probably noticed by my accent that I didn't grow up in the United States. I'm originally from Germany and came to the States in my late 20s to do postgraduate work in music. And then later on, I got my doctorate in education, and then I moved into management consulting. So this is where I had a big shift in my life. So I had gotten really good at consulting. However, I was miserable in relationship. I had this pattern of attracting unavailable men. And while that was exciting, most of the time I was alone. And there came this one despaired moment when I could see the trajectory, if I was not going to change it, would lead me to never have lasting intimacy and love in my life before I leave this planet. And I didn't want to settle for that. Okay, so I put myself on a path, delved deeply into meditation, and then dedicated myself to the ancient practice of Tantra. Tantra is the yoga of the energetic body. Unlike the yoga we are familiar with here in the West, that is the yoga of the physical body, like Hatha yoga, just as we focus on the physical body in Hatha yoga, we focus on the energetic body in Tantra yoga. And it led me to a deep healing ritual that I now share with women at Tantra Nova, that my husband and I teach. And in that ritual, what I tapped into was my cellular memory that sits in the physical body as well in the sexual center. And what came to me in that tapping into it was an experience from the time when I was 18 years old. Very much in love, first boyfriend, first love. We had a very blissful relationship. And then he asked me to have intercourse. I said yes, although I was not ready. And it was freakingly painful. It was so painful that I had to go to the gynecologist. The bill from the gynecologist went to my home. My dad opened it. All hell broke loose. He called me a whore. The boyfriend left shortly after. So there I was, all alone, and no soul to turn to. That was the time when I started closing myself off to protect myself. And along with that protective measure came a decision I made, like this nano coping decision, which was something like, see, Elspeth, men are never there for you. They are not there for you when you really need them. And that decision trailed me throughout my adult life, my young adult life, into my older adult life. No wonder that I attracted unavailable men, because that was further evidence to that decision that men are never there for you when you really need them. While I knew there was something in the way for me to bring in the beloved and for me to cultivate sustaining lasting intimacy and love, I did not know what was in the way. However, through that ritual, what opened up was, you can think of it like a valve where the steam, when it comes open, becomes more intense and then it fizzles out. It was the same for me. That pain, that physical, emotional pain of the 18-year-old was right back again. And just like the valve, it got more intense first and then it fizzled out. It cleared. It got released. And in place of all of that, what opened up was deeper trust in myself, because that usually goes first. Like, why didn't you speak up, Elspeth? Why didn't you say no? Why did you let it happen anyway? So deeper trust in myself, then deeper trust in men in general. And then 6 months later, my beloved came into my life. And I'm sure I would not have recognized him as a potential partner if I hadn't done that clearing work of that unavailability attraction, because he was available. So I'm just very grateful to myself and to the opportunity. And it was so impactful, this whole experience, that whole shift, so that I decided to leave the consulting firm and created my own business. And my beloved, who is now my husband and business partner, we pulled our resources and create Tantra Nova in Chicago. It's an institute where we share principles and practices on how to create lasting intimacy and love in our life, to singles, to couples, to heterosexual people, to homosexual, to bisexual, to pansexual, to transgender. it applies to all of us because we are all made of energy. Remember, I said Tantra Yoga is the yoga of the energetic body. So let's delve deeper into what that has to do with feminine essence. So our feminine essence has really to do with being in tune with our energetic self. It's the receiving self, the opening, the trusting, the letting go, the surrendering. And you know, most of us, particularly at this time, in this age, we are very used to being our masculine. And this has its advantage, but also its limitations. So you can see here with that yin and yang globe, the light blue is just as important as the dark blue. The sun is just as important as the moon. The yin just as important as the yang. The feminine and masculine both are equally important. However, when we are lopsided or, more familiar with one side, we are not in balance, we are not fully integrated. We cannot really express our full potential, what we came here for, no matter if it's in relationship, in family, in work, in your all so many pursuits. So we all have estrogen and testosterone within us, no matter if we are woman or man. So we all have that yin and yang, or feminine or masculine. So I use feminine and masculine not just in gender terms, it's a quality. So let's look at how does that show up for us as women. So I want to introduce you to the three anchors. The three anchors have to do with your inner energies so that you can come into your inner flow. Remember from my story, for me, I had disassociated my sexual being from my love being. So I became very promiscuous, but never trusted again because my heart felt betrayed. So for me, the work of opening up into trusting that the ritual helped me was about integrating my heart with my beautiful sexual center. In Sanskrit, the sexual center of a woman is called yoni, and yoni means sacred space, becoming integrated between the heart and our sacred space. So if you could for a moment place your right hand right above your pubic bone, below the navel, and that place that you are touching right now is your second energy center, or I call it the creation center, from which our creative energy emanates, pleasure, joy, aliveness. So let's breathe into that center by taking in a deep breath through the nose, all the way down into the belly, into your yoni, your creation center. On the exhalation, let it trickle down and out of your yoni into the seat. Again, a deep breath in, all the way down into your creation center, into your pleasure center. And on the exhalation, let it trickle down and out into the seat. Beautiful. Now take your other hand and place it in the middle of your chest, between your breasts, your heart center, that is connected with your beautiful love, with compassion for yourself first and foremost, and then for others. So take a deep breath in when you are ready, through the nose, into your heart, open your heart into the hand. And on the exhalation, notice how your heart relaxes and lets go. Again, deep breath in, into the heart, breathing in and out of the heart, connecting with your love and compassion. And now place one finger on your third eye, right above your eyebrows. your third eye center. It is the connection of with the intuitiveness, with the ever-knowingness, with your spiritual self. Exhale all air. Then take in a deep breath through the nose, filling the belly, the chest, all the way into your third eye center. And on the exhalation, let the breath trickle down, all the way down and out of the base into the seat. Again, let's do this one more time. A deep breath in, you are filling the belly, the chest, all the way into your third eye. And on the exhalation, let the breath trickle down through you, out of your yoni, your base, into the seat. Remove your hands and take one more deep breath, filling the belly, filling your chest into the third eye center. And from your third eye center, let the breath trickle down like water through your heart center, all the way down through your creation center, into the seed and on into the earth. And then continue breathing in your own rhythm. Just notice how the breath is moving through you effortlessly. You are just watching it now. This is your energy. This is your essence, becoming interconnected of our yoni self, the creative sexual, with our love self, and with our spiritual self. And there you can see how my spiritual self becomes connected with my sexual self. They are no longer compartmentalized. How I drop into my heart and I'm connected to my intuition and my spirit simultaneously. They talk to each other. Just as my heart becomes connected to my sex and they communicate. They are no longer separated. And given that we all grew up in a compartmentalized way, it's just, how we learn to cope. We can return that and come into our original self where we flow, where we can be in our feminine, receiving, listening, letting go, being connected to our tender self, while we are balanced in the masculine, where we are grounded, where we are intentional, where we are centered, where we speak up, where we lead simultaneously. So I invite you to explore this further. And so I thought, given that this was a very short talk and just a taste of practice, I would like to gift you with further practices. So I put a video together just for you, which is called Awaken to Your Feminine Essence. And there are further practices that build on what we opened up today, so you can take this into your everyday life and learn how to connect with your yoni self, your heart self, your intuitive and spiritual self, so that you can come into your flow and be in this flow as a daily occurrence. So here is the gift. And it's called Awaken to Your Feminine Essence. I'm going to put the link into the box, into the chat box. Also, you can reach me at tantranova.com, TANTRANOVA.com, Tantranova like supernova. So thank you so much. Really, my gratitude to all of you for your presence and attention. That's the greatest gift I can receive. And thanks again to Sharla and, all the other speakers, and for this beautiful work we are all doing together.
Thank you, Elsbeth. That was fabulous. And yes, if you can drop that link in the chat, that would be great. And we're going to roll into our next amazing speaker for today. Jen, if you want to turn on your sound and video, I did another draw in the meantime. So our next lucky winner is Deb Laundry. And so Deb, I'll be dropping that in the mail for you this week. And we'll see Deb at the Boston Fearless Summit because she's speaking at that event. So how are you today, Jen?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Great, thank you. And where are you joining us from today?
I am here from rainy Minneapolis, Minnesota, smack dab in the middle of the US.
Oh, gee, rainy day there. Yes, well, we're so happy that you're here with us. I'm going to introduce you and then you can take it away. So Jen Esposa Goswami, how do you say Goswami? Is that how you say your last name?
Espinosa Goswami.
Okay, is a professional speaker and holistic confidence coach at Weightless LLC, a former Toastmasters International Officer and graduate of the Masters of Leadership program at Augsburg University. Jen helps women show up confidently in their personal and professional lives through her signature Confidence on Camera training. Her transformational story has been featured on Authority Magazine, Thrive Global, and Women's Health. Jen is a resident of Minneapolis, Minnesota, and loves bean burritos. So please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Jen.
Thank you, Charla. Oh my gosh, has that ever happened to you? Have you showed up with full presence and attention and find out you're on mute? Yeah, during the pandemic, that was a very common happenstance. But what is the truth? Sometimes the mute button is something that we're not pressing in our lives as women. Sometimes we are the ones who puts ourselves on mute. I think we can do better as women. I think we can do better as fearless, powerful women who are showing up today to learn and do better. So if you are with me and ready, and over the next 20 minutes, we're going to learn how to speak up and own our powerful voices so that we can change the world one speech at a time. If you're joining us here live, put a hashtag speak up in the comments or the chat if you are ready to do this with me over the next 20 minutes. You joined us today for a reason, and I'm curious to know what that reason is. We've heard from amazing speakers on how their life transitioned, how they suddenly were able to embrace a different mindset. They were sharing with us how to think differently so that we could show up differently. That's thinking differently. And then there are some speakers like Jackie who shared with us how to act differently. Now, my promise to you is that in the next 20 minutes, you will learn how to do both with me using the power of your voice. Now, I'd love to get started with understanding. My presentation today is called Speak Like a Boss. I want you to ponder that for a second. What does it mean to you to speak like a boss? I will share my reflections in just a moment, but if you have a pen and paper in front of you, I encourage you to write down what that means to you. If you're watching us from a recording, write down and reflect. What does speaking like a boss mean to you? For me, when I think about speaking like a boss, when bosses speak, people listen. And I don't know too many things that are more powerful than being heard, right? And the way that bosses are able to get people to listen is they get more air. Take some air with me, folks. 1, 2, 3. We're very fortunate to have walked with Dr. Elspeth through getting air. But in today's case, what I'm talking about is not necessarily breathing, which is very important as a speaker, but AIR is an acronym that stands for audience, impact, and reach. We're very fortunate to be here together sharing this stage, both speakers, panelists, and guests, because Charlotte invited us here. So there is an audience for women to connect together and learn how to do and be differently in their lives. That's powerful. As a public speaker, you have an opportunity to share something you are passionate about with new audiences all the time. You showed up here to listen to someone. Maybe you showed up to listen to me. Maybe you showed up to listen to Wendy or Tamika or Jackie. Whoever you came here for, you want to learn something different. That is the power of public speaking. You have an audience to share your message with. What about the I? Impact. Now, for some people, I've been a professional speaker for at least 10 years now. For some people, impact means how much money are you getting out of that transaction? But I'm not that type of person. I support people in the transformational space, especially coaches, counselors, and healers. What that means is impact goes way beyond the dollar bills. So what does impact mean to you? I can guarantee you, if you show up as a speaker and speak up, you will have a powerful impact, even if it's your very first time speaking. And even if you don't know what you're doing or technology fails, we've seen a couple speakers today who they had everything lined up and technology wasn't quite there, you can still have a powerful impact. And everyone who's showing up today is having an impact. Now the R stands for reach. We are streaming on Facebook. We are live through this event if you're able to join us for the whole event. But guess what? Many people will listen to the recording after the event is over. Today, more than any other time, public speaking is not a one and done kind of opportunity where you show up on stage for 60 minutes and you leave, and that's the end of your opportunity to reach your people. Instead, we have access to video, we have access to recordings, we have access to audio, to quotes, to different ways we can engage and interact with the content that speakers are sharing with us. Even if you don't see yourself up in lights as a professional speaker, I got you. You can still have reach. You've probably seen people doing crazy things on TikTok and Instagram. They have a reach that they didn't have access to before we became a global, interconnected, digital, and highly virtual world. Your reach is impressive, and it's not a one and done situation. You can have reach years after you first show up as a speaker. I still have people who connect with me today and say, hey, Jen, I saw your car video. I'm popular for doing car videos as I'm picking up my child from school. I say, hey, Jen, I saw your car video. That was great. Sometimes my car videos are with me wearing zero makeup, poor lighting. I exercise, so maybe I'm a little sweaty. It's okay to show up imperfectly. Just understand that you have a reach and a responsibility when you do show up powerfully through the various means that are available to us as speakers today. I used to be a loser. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I used to be morbidly obese as a kid. What that means is I didn't want to be seen, much less heard. If I brought attention to myself and people looked at me, they might decide to bully me. And I was bullied a lot. I was the only kid in my school who was morbidly obese. It wasn't very common back in the 80s when I was growing up. And I could have let that determine what my life was going to look like or what my path was going to look like. But the truth is, I had things to say. And it was okay if people looked at me. It wasn't until I lost 100 pounds that I started speaking up, because I thought, okay, it's okay if people look at me now because I look a certain way and I feel a certain way about how I look now. The truth is, during the pandemic, I gained a significant amount of weight. Where's that weight loss now? It doesn't matter, because I found my voice in the meanwhile. And I know I have a message to share with women that you can use your voice in powerful ways, even if you are not sure if you'll be seen as an expert. I know you can be seen as an expert. I talk to doctors about weight loss. I'm not a doctor. Today, I talk to coaches on how to be professional speakers using the variety of means we have available to us. I didn't give myself permission to do this until I discovered my signature story. Are you ready to discover your signature story? Let me share with you what that might look like. The signature story, and we've heard beautiful stories today from women who've been through some things. Whether you've gone through an amazing transformation personally for yourself or not, you still have a signature story. And here are the elements within a signature story. When you show up as a public speaker and you're sharing your unique message, you show up with confidence. You show up with clarity. Now, we've heard these two words today, right? But I'm going to be using them in a slightly different way than our previous speakers have been using them. And finally, we show up with consistency. As I mentioned when I talk about reach, it's not about a one and done. Your content and your message can live forever, even beyond the time that you're living today. And there's a responsibility involved with that. So understanding how your signature story can help you share your message and with who is a powerful thing. I start with signature story with all of my coaching clients, because until you drill down to what your signature story is, you will confuse people. And confused people don't take action. And what do we talk about speaking like a boss? What does a boss do? Speaks so people listen and take action. Sure, you can share your story. You can have a conversation with your best friend, with your mom, with your sister, with your coworkers, and you can still have an impact. But I'm talking about on a greater scale. Your signature story can do that for you. Now, when we look at confidence, clarity, and consistency, the 3 C's, which of these C's do you need the most help with? Confidence is number 1. Clarity is number 2. Consistency is number 3. Pop that in the comments. I will be looking at Facebook all day long. So if you are sharing with me on the live stream, I will respond to you folks. This is all about interaction here. So which C do you need most help with where you are currently today? This is a judgment-free zone, folks. So we have to address them in order, right? So we can understand how to show up more powerfully as the speakers we know ourselves to be, because we have that message. We have that calling within ourselves as women, and we can change the world one speech at a time. But first, we have to be confident enough to even show up, right? And here's what I have to say about confidence. Those things you're hearing out there in the online space, that confidence is a mindset, that's complete and utter BS. It's bogus. Confidence is not a mindset. Confidence is a muscle. How do you work your muscles? You work your muscles through having the habit of doing the action. That is why consistency is the most important thing when it comes to speaking. If you have the seed in your mind that you are a speaker, the best way for you to own the confidence to be a speaker is to show up and speak. If you're not speaking to anyone today, it's okay. There are plenty of audiences out there who are waiting to hear what you have to say. But you have to develop the muscle of your confidence. I can help you do that. I've been speaking for a long time, both virtually and live. I can't wait to get back to live events. Oh my goodness, how exciting is that going to be? But it all starts with one speech, and I can help you get there. Let's talk about the craft of speaking. What do you say when you show up? How do you show up? Okay, that's confidence, but what do you say when you get there? Of course, there's a craft to speaking. It's called Speechcraft, and I have a free gift for you. It's called the Signature Speech Template. If you've never written a speech, or even if you have written a speech, but it hasn't given you the type of results you were looking to get, or maybe it fell flat for you, sometimes it happens. A speech starts with your words. Sure, you could go straight to delivery and you could kill it with your energy and your passion and your excitement. But if you don't get clear on what your words are, your audience will be left confused. My free gift to you is a template to help you get absolutely crystal clear on how to craft the best speech to attract people to your message, to get people to understand how your signature story provides a journey for them to take with you by their side. This is not about just verbally vomiting on your audience. This is about an experience that you're creating for your people and your following and your fans and the people who are yet to be your following through your words. It starts with your words. I shared with you earlier that I was a loser. And it was only through my personal experience with losing 100 pounds that I gave myself permission to speak up. You and I are connecting today because I'm showing up on Charlotte's stage. And Charlotte, I'm so grateful for the opportunity. Blessings to you and to everyone in this community. Most of the coaching clients I work with found me because they heard me speak. Maybe they heard me on a podcast. Maybe they heard me on an interview. Maybe they heard me doing a YouTube video, which I send weekly YouTube videos out to my people every week. Or maybe they even joined me on Instagram where I do some crazy stuff with my reels. You know, I show up every day. I have a habit of showing up every day, no matter what that platform looks like. But we found each other through speaking. Even if you're not the one on stage, you found me through speaking. I went from that quiet, loser, morbidly obese girl in the corner, I very rarely spoke up, to an internationally known speaker. But this is not about me. You came here to think and act differently. So my challenge to you is, what will you do differently as a result of understanding how public speaking is powerful and how it can help you change the world one speech at a time? What are you willing to do differently as a result of all this amazingness that you're learning today? Do you keep yourself on mute? Or do you turn that volume all the way up and start sharing your message in a bigger, bolder, more powerful way, the fearless woman way, with your signature story? It all starts with one speech. And I encourage you and invite you to connect with me on how to get started with that signature speech. My name is Jen, and I can help you speak like a boss, one speech at a time. Before we close here, I want you to get out your phone and snap a picture of your screen right now where you should be able to see my QR code. We live in a virtual world. Let's use the technology, folks. This is how you can connect with me. That QR code is just as cool as a restaurant option. You've got a menu of different ways you prefer to connect with me, where I can support you to speak up, to get heard, to share your passionate message, and to let people know that you are giving yourself and them permission to do the thing that they need to do in this lifetime. We've heard about the transformational stories today. You also are a transformational story. You first have to give yourself permission to do that. Back to you, Charla. In the meanwhile, I'm posting in the chat here all the ways you can connect with me. Don't forget to get your signature speech templates. My name is Jen Espinosa Goswami. You see, I have my handle there is Jen Spingo. That's on Instagram. If you like to dance and have fun on Instagram, I'm your person. Charlotte?
Thank you so much, Jen. Fantastic job. So I'm going to introduce our next amazing speaker for today, which is actually Patty. So Sandra, if you want to turn off your video for the time being, and Patty, if you want to turn on your sound and video. Are you there, Patty? Patty. There she is. Oh, there she is. Hi, Patty. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
Very good. Thank you. I'm going to introduce you, Patty, and then you can take it away. Where are you joining us from today, Patty?
I am in Grand Forks, British Columbia, and it's raining, and we had so much frost on our car windows today. It feels like it's late fall.
Oh, no. Well, I hope the sun comes out soon. I'm going to introduce you, Patty, and then the floor is yours. So in
Wonderful.
September 1989, Patty started her dream job, teaching high school physical education. 5 months later, she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. In 2000, she left the only job she ever wanted due to worsening symptoms of MS. 17 years later, Patty discovered her life with MS was far richer when she focused on living each day as her best self. Patty recently wrote a chapter in a book titled Absolute Will. This book shares the stories of 22 women who faced significant challenges but endured to live meaningful and purposeful lives. Please welcome the amazing Patty K. Bevilacqua.
Am I on? Oh, yep. There we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. And I'm switching gears a little bit because I'm actually a storyteller. So I'm going to share with you my story. And it is my story that serves as a launch pad for me to help other women with MS live fulfilled and joyful lives and think about a future that they never thought they had. So why women? Well, globally, 70% of the people in the world with MS are women, 70%. And in Canada, 3 out of every 4. Crazy, hey? How did I get here today? Well, here's my story. 2 months before I graduated from UBC with a Bachelor of Education, I had interviews with 7 school districts who are hiring physical education teachers for September. And these interviews made up a real steep mountain of rocks. 3 weeks after my last interview, I found the ruby that I was looking for. I got an offer to teach phys ed in School District 42, and the mountain of rocks turned into a pile of dust. In September 1989, I started my dream job, teaching high school physical education. My assignment, teaching only physical education and coaching girls volleyball and rugby. Yes, rugby. And there were 3 other master teachers who were in my department, and they taught me something new every day. And as my confidence as a teacher grew, so did my philosophy of teaching. And I realized that I valued attitude and effort a heck of a lot more than skill. And forming really strong relationships with my students was really, really important to me. I had found my passion and my purpose in life, to make a difference in the lives of my students. I vowed to teach PE until I retired, but no such luck. 5 months later, before the end of my first year of teaching, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. Here is how it went down. The doctor's words echoed in my head. The results of the MRI confirm that you have multiple sclerosis. The results from the MRI confirm you have multiple sclerosis. She continued to speak. I remember watching her mouth move, but I didn't hear anything she was saying. I knew it was important because of the look of empathy in her eyes, but it didn't matter because I wasn't listening. I was too busy combing my brain to recall the name of someone that I knew with MS. Faces of people from my past flashed past my eyes, and when the slideshow stopped, I was back to where I was in the beginning. I felt like a bird that just hit the window pane. I was dazed and confused. Maybe I should start paying attention to what my doctor was saying. I think, Patty, that's a good idea. She took my hand and she said, I know you weren't expecting this news, and I'm really sorry. Why don't you come back to see me in a couple of days? And by then I will have more information and I will put together a plan for you to get the best care. I nodded, walked out of her office and shut the door. My breathing was shallow. My body was limp. My heart was breaking. The doctor's words echoed in my head again. The results from the MRI confirm you have multiple sclerosis. I moved like a ghost through the main doors of the clinic, invisible and without emotion. I'm sure I looked like I was in shock, but you know what? I probably was. By the time I got to my car, tears were streaming down my face. I was crying because I was overwhelmed and terribly worried. I just learned I have an autoimmune disease. Oh my God, I have an autoimmune disease. What the heck is an autoimmune disease? Questions that I didn't know the answers to swarmed in my brain. And the little voice inside of me said, I thought you knew everything. Well, Patty, apparently not. What? Apparently not. I entered my empty, cold, and dark appointment, and despite having a throbbing headache, I turned on the computer and I typed in multiple sclerosis into the search bar. And I clicked on the first website, Multiple Sclerosis, What You Need to Know. By the time I finished reading the article, I had realized my life as I knew it was poof, gone. 2 hours later, my eyes started to burn. I couldn't read the words on the screen. Wait, is MS causing this? Oh my God, I'm having an MS attack. Oh my God. I need to talk to someone, anyone who would tell me that everything is going to be all right, even though I knew it wasn't. I shivered uncontrollably as a chill crept up my legs. I decided to call my parents. After all, parents are supposed to tell their children, don't worry, you're going to be okay. I think this is a rule in the handbook for parents. At least that's my experience. However, I immediately hung up the phone when I heard the dial tone. I had so much to tell them, but I didn't know where to begin. I couldn't start with, hi, Mom, hi, Dad. I just found out I have multiple sclerosis. I felt a lump forming in my throat. Then it hit me like a punch to the gut. My body and brain were exhausted. Wait a minute. Fatigue is another word for exhaustion, and fatigue is a common symptom of MS. Oh my God, I'm having another MS attack. What should I do? Who should I call? Where should I go? My head started to throb again. I walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and stood completely still under the hot water. Despite watching my skin turn from pasty white to pink, I was still very, very cold. 10 years later, I left the only job I ever wanted. MS stole my dream job, but it wasn't going to steal my life. After all, I was only 34 years old. I remembered the saying, where there's a will, there's a way. And so began the next stage of my life, but this time with multiple sclerosis. And leading the charge was the absolute will to move forward and live with MS as my best self. In 2001, I went back to university and I earned a PhD in teacher development. I figured if I couldn't teach high school students physical education, I was going to teach people who wanted to become a fantastic, fabulous, amazing, terrific PE teacher, just like I was. I wasn't able to secure a tenure position. So what do, right? And so began the next stage of my life with multiple sclerosis. And again, absolute will was leading the charge. For the next 16 years, I wandered through life, searching for a way to again make a difference in other people's lives. And then one day, eureka. All I needed to feel purposeful again was the will and the way. I knew I had the will, I just needed to find the way. So I took a 14-day challenge on starting a Facebook community for a specific niche. I created a fast-growing Facebook group called MS Stands for Mindset Shift, and I haven't looked back since. Today, I am an MS advocate, MS influencer, international speaker, coach, and international best-selling author. I am fully committed to helping women with MS to live fulfilled and joyful lives, and it all starts with a mindset shift. Before MS became a part of me, I was a good person and I liked myself. Today, I'm a great person and I absolutely love who I am because I live with MS. At the beginning, MS stood for those two scary words, multiple sclerosis. But now I know better. MS really stands for mindset shift. And the reason is the absolute will that I had to ignite the power within me to be fearless with MS. I will put my contact information in the chat, as well as the address on Facebook for MS Stands for Mindset Shift. If you are a woman with MS, know a woman with MS, or support a woman with MS, send me an email and I'll get you 9 tips for taking the BS out of living with MS. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. So inspiring, such a beautiful and powerful story, and great job. I can also say that Patty's a member of our 100 Most Powerful Women. So I know Jackie's probably been listening intently, and I can hear her cheering from Los Angeles. I'm pretty sure of that, Patty. Woo-hoo! So yes, be sure to put your contact information in there, because I saw Kellyanne has a friend who is diagnosed with MS at 42. So that's the thing, is it's all about finding the people we need today to support us, to encourage us, and so that we can live our best lives possible. So if you want to turn off your sound and video, Patty, I'm going to introduce our next amazing speaker for today. Sandra, if you want to turn on your sound and video, I will introduce you and you can take it away. Where are you joining us from today, Sandra?
I'm joining you from beautiful Toronto, Canada.
Beautiful. Is it at least sunny there? It seems like everybody I ask, it's raining.
It's sunny-ish. It's sunny-ish.
All right. Good stuff. Well, Sandra Schuma is an entrepreneur, a speaker, coach, podcast host, and an award-winning documentary filmmaker. She is the founder and chief creative officer of Worthy, a platform focused on helping women to stop procrastinating on their dreams and take confident action towards creating a life that they love without overwhelm. Raised in a tiny mud hut in Zimbabwe with no running water or electricity, Sandra has never been one to let circumstances define her. Through hard work and support from her village, she became a management consultant, advising major global companies. She then went on to build 2 successful companies before deciding to make it her mission to help women live extraordinary lives. Please welcome the beautiful Sandra Schuma.
It is truly my privilege to be here. And as the introduction said, I've been an entrepreneur since 2006, which feels like dog years, a really long time ago. But as the introduction said as well, I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. I was born in a mud hut with no running water and no electricity. And so my dream in growing up was to make enough money to live in a nice house, to drive a dream car, to be able to go to the grocery store and buy whatever it is that I wanted. And something very strange happened. I achieved all of that. But I can tell you that the very first year that I made 8 figures in my business in 1 year was the most miserable year of my life. I was stressed out, I was burnt out, I was burning my way through relationships. And it didn't make sense. How could this be? How could this dream that I'd had be turning into a nightmare? And what actually ended up happening is one morning, I woke up to get ready to go to work and I collapsed on my bathroom floor. And I was sent for a battery of tests. And I remember being called back into the doctor's office and my doctor sitting there and she had a pile of papers and she was shuffling through them. And she had this really confused look on her face. She was saying, I've never seen this. I've never seen this before. And the overachiever in me immediately went to thinking, I'd like to thank the academy. I'd like to thank my mom. I'd like to thank God, because I thought she was saying that my results were outstanding. And she saw the confusion on my face and she said to me, no, Sandra, you're not understanding. You're the worst patient I've ever seen. I've never in all my years of practice seen anyone who has a stress response like yours. My stress levels were through the roof. My cortisol was through the roof. I was literally slowly killing myself. I'll never forget sitting in my car and crying after that appointment. Because after all, the overachiever in me was like, I don't do worst. I don't. But it was a moment of reckoning. I can look back on it now with hindsight and realize that that was the greatest gift that I had ever been given, because it forced me to stop. It forced me to reassess what was actually important in my life. And in that time, it actually brought me back to something that my father had said to me. My father died 3 years ago. But if there's one thing, if you were to say to me one thing, tell me one thing that you remember your father said to you, it would be this. My father said to me, and he would say this to me continually as I was growing up, your success will never have any meaning unless you take others with you. Your success will never mean anything unless you're bringing others with you. And as I reflected on those words, what I realized is that in building this business and wanting to be bigger, better, and wanting to have more stuff, I had forgotten that principle. A principle that in my country we refer to as Ubuntu. The philosophy that you are because I am. I am because you are. I hurt when you hurt. You hurt when I hurt. A philosophy that speaks to the fact that whatever I create should be for me, for you, for us. And so that was the beginning of me going back to the drawing board and really figuring out, what was it that I wanted to do with my life? How did I want my life to have meaning beyond just accumulating more stuff? I worked in corporate for many years. And in corporate, I would often hear people talk about, we need to set smarter goals. Like everything was about smarter goals. What I'd like to share with you today is 7 smarter habits that I developed from that experience, 7 smarter habits that I developed from spending time in reflection, from going back to what my mission was, from going into personal development, from coaching, from mentorship, to ultimately where I am today, where my mission is to help remind women that they are worthy to be, to do, to have whatever it is their heart desires. And so what are those smarter habits that I like to talk about? Well, let's use that acronym SMARTER. So we start with S, and the S is all about starting with intention. There's this beautiful quote from, I know, Charla, you love her as much as I do, from Oprah Winfrey. And Oprah Winfrey said, intention is one with cause and effect. Intention determines outcome. And if you're stuck and not moving forward, you have to check the thought and the action that created the circumstance. I cannot think of a better example of someone who did this than our previous speaker, Patty. She was dealt a set of circumstances in her life, but she chose to be intentional about how she used those. And so with each of us, that is the beginning. It's everything is about intention. So many of us have great intentions. I mean, how many of us have set New Year's resolutions at the beginning of the year? This will be my best year. And yet that's where for many of us it stays, being an intention. We're not intentional about taking the action every single day that leads to us achieving whatever it is that we want. Intentional. So start with intention. What is it that I want to achieve? Who do I want to be is the most important question that you can ask yourself. The M is all about mornings. Why do I say mornings? Because I was one of those people when I was at the peak of all of the craziness who would wake up and the first thing that I'd reach for was my phone. I'd literally roll and scroll, as they say. And what that sets us up to do is for us to always be the recipient of other people's asks of us. What do other people want? It's not often that you open up your mailbox and someone is offering to do something for you. It's typically I need or I want. Or else we scroll and we're looking through social media and we're comparing ourselves with other people. What is so-and-so doing? And invariably, comparison, as they say, is the thief of joy. Because we look at someone else's highlight reel and we think, my life's not like that. My life isn't perfect. My kids aren't perfect. My business isn't $1 million business. And then we feel bad about ourselves. What a terrible way to start a day. And so I would invite you to start every day intentional in your mornings. What is it that you can do first thing in the morning that empowers you, that puts you in a position of power, that reminds you of your power? We also hear nowadays so much, oh my goodness, about morning routines. You know, I've read all the people who talk about how they wake up at 4 a.m. and they drink baby's tears and then they exercise, they do the breath work, they do yoga, they drink a drink smoothie, then they do a 70-minute run. We've been led to believe that unless we're doing these crazy morning routines, that we're losing out, that we're not doing what we're supposed to do, that we can't be successful. The most powerful routine, morning routine, is the one that means something to you. The one, as I said, that puts you in a position of feeling powerful as you go into your day. So the M is all about mastering your mornings. The A of our 7 smarter habits is your attention. Where is your attention? So much of what we do in a day is mindless. We get to the end of a day and we have no idea where we went, what we did, why we did it. And for many of us, especially those of us who are entrepreneurs, it's very easy to get sucked into the doing. There's a customer who's complained, we need to do this and that. And we get to the end of the day and we haven't actually done anything meaningful, anything that actually moves the needle in terms of moving us towards our goals. And so the A is all about, what are you giving your attention? being intentional about what you give your attention in your day. The R of smarter habits is one that, goodness gracious, I wish that I had learned earlier in my life. It is the fact that rest is an important strategy when it comes to success. We live in this world where it glorifies hustle culture, grind. You're not winning unless you're grinding. And we're literally grinding ourselves to our graves. We literally are burning out our bodies. In my case, the damage that I did so many years ago still impacts me today. I wasn't taking care of my body. I wasn't allowing myself rest. And the other R that I like to refer to is reflection. We're so busy in the doing, and going, that we rarely ever take time to pause, to reflect. Where am I going? Where do I want to go? Where have I been? This is so important because for me, if you're like me, I used to just burn through achievements, like achieve next. As soon as I've achieved something, I'm already thinking about the next. I hardly ever took the time to celebrate myself, to celebrate the milestones that I had achieved. And so it meant that I was constantly just chasing, never allowing myself the satisfaction of celebrating myself for the victories, celebrating myself for the achievements, or reflecting when things didn't go so well, reflecting on what could I have done differently that would have changed the outcome. Reflection is such a key part of us loving ourselves, a key part of us nurturing ourselves. Especially for us as women. We are so wonderful, my goodness. We are givers. We are natural nurturers. So we spend so much of our lives, so much of our time giving. But here's the thing. It's kind of like an ATM. Imagine if you went to an ATM and you're always making withdrawals, and they never refilled the money in the ATM. Pretty soon that ATM's going to run out of money. And that's how we treat our lives, where we're constantly giving, but we hardly ever take the time to replenish ourselves, to reflect, to reward ourselves, to rest. Rest is a productive strategy. And so, as part of the habits that we need to cultivate, rest is one of those. So the S, starting with intention, the M, mastering our mornings, the A being all about what do we give our attention. Then the R is making time for rest and making time for reflection. The T that I love to refer to when I'm talking to the clients that I work with in my business is time. Time. There's this wonderful quote that I'll share with you. It's from George Harrison, and it says, "It's being here now that's important. There's no past and there's no future. Time is a very misleading thing. All there ever is now. We can gain experience from the past, but we can't relive it. And we can hope for the future, but we don't know if there is one. Time. We live as if there is always going to be tomorrow. But if anything, especially these last few years have showed us, is that on the flip of a dime, life can change. And so what are you doing with your time? How are you managing your time? Are you making your time matter? And this isn't about doing more. This isn't about, I must be productive every single moment. But are you being intentional? Are you present? Are you here now? One of the greatest gifts that you can ever give anyone is the gift of your time, because that is one of the few resources that is not renewable. There is no more time. And for each one of us, we come to this planet with a timer that is ticking. We don't know how long or how little that time is. But what matters is how we use each moment, how we use each day, how are we making it matter? How will the world know that we were here? And so some of what I teach the women that I mentor and that I coach is really owning the day and being intentional with how you use your time, being intentional with focusing on the things that actually matter. Every day, starting the day with a plan. Because often what happens is if we don't have a plan, well, we're at the mercy of the people who do have a plan, because they will make sure that they use you to work on whatever their plan is. And so how are you being intentional with the time that you have every single day? It's not about working more hours. We've been fed this line that, oh, it's about working so many hours. Building a business is about hours. It's about how many hours can you work, working, 16-hour days. But my question to you would be, how many of those hours are you actually working? Because oftentimes we lie to ourselves that, oh, I'm working. But sometimes we're just busy being busy. We don't actually know what it is at the end of the day. We're exhausted. But what did you do that actually mattered? What did you do that actually moved you towards your goals? And so being intentional about how you use your time. The E in what I like to teach about smarter habits is our evenings. We spoke about our mornings, and that's a lot of what we hear is, start the day strong, and absolutely start the day strong. But here's what we forget. We forget the power of our evenings, the power of allowing ourselves to get to the end of a day and actually end the day. True story. I think for years, I did not shut down my computer. I probably didn't even know where the shutdown button was because I always had this anxiety about, but there's more work to do. I can't end my day yet. What if there's an email that comes in? But here's what happened is I was training myself to live in a state of constant anxiety, constantly waiting for doing the next thing. And what I had to learn through my journey of recovering was that the evening was just as important. That what made me productive, how I owned my day and managed my time, was starting with, as Covey says, the end in mind. What was the time that I was going to commit to ending my day? What? Committing to end my day? No. I'm an entrepreneur. I work all hours. That's where we're getting it wrong. That's why we burn ourselves out. That's why we're overwhelmed. Because as the saying goes, the work will always expand to fit the time. And so our evenings are just as important as our mornings. When you start your day, have an end. Commit to having an end time for your day. When am I going to stop working? When am I actually going to turn my attention to me? When am I going to turn my attention to my family? When am I actually going to allow my mind to rest? And we all know that the best ideas come to us when we're at rest. But if we're never allowing ourselves to rest, well, we're never going to have the great ideas. And so just as important as it is to have a morning routine, it is equally important to have an evening routine. What does that look like for you? What does shutting down for the day look like for you? What does it mean for you to wrap up your day, to reflect on your day? And something else that I added to my day, and this is something that I learned from a mentor of mine. His name is BJ Fogg, and he writes a lot about behavior and habits. He has a fantastic book. And something that he shared with me in all of his more than 25 years of studying behavior is something that we struggle with consistently as human beings across, doesn't matter our social, economic, race, is celebrating ourselves. And so a practice that I implemented for myself is at the end of every day, as part of my evening routine, I reflect on the day. And what I write in my journal is, what's one thing that I learned today? One thing. Because again, if we go back to being intentional about how we go through our lives, being intentional about being aware and looking out for the lessons that we can learn. And then I write 3 things that I'm proud of myself for. So much of the words that we use are geared towards beating ourselves up, telling ourselves the things that we're not doing right, all of the things where we're not enough. And so make a part of your evening practice loving on yourself and being proud of yourself. The R in Smarter Habits for creating a life that you love is all about being responsible. What do I mean by that? So many of us like to farm out responsibility for our lives. We're living lives as if we are secondary actors, supporting actors in the story that is our life. And so it really is about taking full responsibility for the fact that the life that you have is the one that you will create. And so those are the 7 habits for creating a life that you love. It is all about being intentional, about your mornings, about attention, rest, time, evenings, and taking full responsibility. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be a part of your day today. I would love to connect with you. You can find me on Instagram. That's the best place to find me. My handle is sandra.chuma. You can also find me on my website, sandrachuma.com. And I'd also love to gift you something that I have created, which is 7 steps to manifest more money in your business. And I will put the link to that in the chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandra. Excellent advice for sure. And I loved your acronym. Great advice for sure. So I'm going to roll into our next amazing speaker for today, Kellyanne. If you want to turn on your sound and video, I also did another door prize draw. So Gina Vangeli, joining us, watching from Australia today, you are our next winner. So it might take a little longer to get to you from Canada to Australia, but watch your mailbox. Hopefully in the next month you get it. So Kellyanne, where are you joining us from?
From a beautiful Montreal.
Beautiful, good stuff. And I see sunshine out your window, so.
Gorgeous here, yep.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to introduce you and then it's all yours. So Kellyanne Briand is a marketing consultant, business coach, and startup and launch expert based in Montreal. She is the founder and creator of The Accidental Entrepreneur, a brand designed to help women on the plus side of 40 dramatically change their lives by starting an online business. Kellyanne began her career on TV and radio as an on-air host and reporter and has spent years as a marketing executive where she negotiated partnerships with big brands like Lego, Crayola, and Guinness World Records. Kellyanne connects the dots and helps women all over the globe get the support, systems, and confidence they need to make money online, do what they love, doing what they love in a business model that they choose. Please welcome our next amazing speaker, Kellyanne.
Thank you so much to Charlotte for the invite and for everyone here today for allowing me to speak about, I guess, my fearless journey to online entrepreneurship. I'm just going to share my screen right now. There we go. So today, let's talk about, yes, my journey to becoming an online entrepreneur, which happened quite accidentally. Thus the name of my brand, The Accidental Entrepreneur. And what happened was back in 2001, I lost my job. I walked into my corporate job one day where I had this fabulous job. I loved it so much. It was software. And if anybody knows what software was like back in 2000, 2001, it was the job to have, right? That's where you had the ping pong rooms and a fully stocked bar, and you had cereal provided in the morning and all of these fun 9 to 5. So it was the job. But I walked in one day in 2001 and guess what? The tech bubble had burst and we were all let go. And so I remember like taking the metro back home. I mean, gutted. I literally walked in, was told to leave, was escorted out like with a box, like, right out of a movie. And I remember taking the metro back home, like, complete 100% disbelief. Here's what was happening at the time. I just bought my first home, and I think it was October, and I was getting married in December. Okay, so I had about 8-week window till all of these, incredible life moments were happening, and here I was with no job. And so I entered into a deep period of mourning, and by a deep period of mourning, I mean a very serious relationship with cheese and ice cream. And the fact of the matter was, I didn't have time to wait around, right? I didn't have time to wait around for another cushy corporate job. I didn't have time to wait around to apply for unemployment insurance and wait that out. Because why? Because I was getting married and just bought a house. And so I needed to make money fast. And if any of you listening on this, I'm pretty sure you've been and experienced a moment like that where, you know, you needed money, you needed to make money. And so I needed to figure out what I could possibly sell, right? In order to make money, you got to sell something people have to buy, and there has to be a transaction. It's called commerce, nothing wrong with that. But remember, this was before the internet really took off. This was before the Facebook, as my dad calls it, right? Before social media in general. And so I had to figure out, okay, well, how was I going to, you know, make money? And I was home and I didn't really have a job and there really wasn't any sort of platform to connect and, you know, figure it out without having to sell my hair, right? So the good news was, I didn't have to sell my hair because I had skills that I could monetize, like light bulb moment, right? That's what business is all about. I had skills that I could monetize. I could write. I had a journalism background. You know, I'd been in the newsroom. I'd written, you know, worked at newspapers. I was really good at communicating and connecting with people. I was good at design. I had gone back to school and I'd done 2 years in graphic design. I was great at sales strategy and marketing strategy because I had that corporate background. So I had all these skills I could monetize. And so I started hustling. And remember, like I said, this was before social media. So hustling was super grassroots, okay? Hustling meant what hustling meant to me was like picking up the phone. So what I did was like completely, I mean, no plan, no super strategy, really just from that point of, oh my God, I need to make money. So what I did was I started to look at the yellow pages and I just found companies in my area. And then I cross-referenced with wanted ads, which company was looking for marketing people. And then I literally picked up the phone and convinced them, instead of hiring an employee as a marketing manager or, you know, a designer or whatever, why not hire me? You know, I'm your one-stop shop. And so guess what? It worked. It worked. Like this grassroots, like non-strategy worked. And before you knew it, I'd secured a retainer, which is like the holy grail of, you know, an online consultant. And the reality is nothing that I have ever done in the course of my professional life, the course of building 2 online businesses, nothing I've ever done has been really traditional, right? Most of my successes, and a lot of the speakers today have spoken about this, circumstance, right? Most of my successes have been created out of unfortunate accidents or a series of like unfortunate circumstances, like job loss, like divorce. But throughout it all, whatever was thrown at me, I've always picked myself up. And throughout it all, I followed a pretty basic recipe that I developed, okay, as I clawed myself out of whatever dark hole I was in. And the recipe, okay, is, oops, sorry about that. Never touch your PowerPoint, right? Sorry about that. The recipe was find people who have problems and solve them. Find people who have problems and solve them. Remember, this was back in 2001. And so people needed, back then, people needed like printed brochures. They needed printed business cards. They needed logos design. They needed press releases. So what did I do? I put together this basic corporate ID package, okay? You know, you get your logo design and your business cards and your letterhead and a written sales letter. And I packaged it all up because remember, I pulled from every skill I had. I could design, I could write. I was great on the phone with people. And I attached a price tag to it. And people and companies bought from me. They bought this $500 offer, okay? So without knowing it, what had happened, without knowing it, is that I had started my first home-based business. Not by design, like I said, not by design, that was never the plan, but basically I just hustled. I just took the skills I had, and before you know it, right, I had this quote unquote business that was just giving me more money to spend on the house, this new, you know, decorating and the wedding. So fast forward to 2022, like hello 2022. And yes, all these social networks have taken over. And yes, the online world has exploded and changed the way in which we live and the way in which we work. But the recipe to starting an online business or resetting your current one, it's the same. You got to find a large group of people that you can easily connect with who have a problem that you can solve, period. Now, the reason why you want to start an online business, I mean, why did I want to start? It wasn't this big epic reason. I just needed to make money fast, right? I had this house and I had this wedding coming up. But the reason you want to start an online business, for a lot of you on here, I'm pretty sure that you're considering it. You have the seedling of an idea or that gnawing feeling that you were destined for more. Well, that reason you want to start an online business, that can vary. I mean, maybe you want to be seen, maybe you want to be heard, maybe you want to feel validated, maybe you want to serve in a greater capacity, right? Maybe you want to stop living on the fringes of your extraordinary potential, right? Maybe you're sick of just dabbling in mediocrity. If we're honest, okay, don't most of us, here it is, if we're honest, don't most of us just want to have the freedom and the flexibility to make some money sitting at home, right at the corner of our desk in our soft pants? I mean, really, if you ask yourself, like, be honest. So regardless of your why, starting an online business, it has a lot of moving parts. So forget it. Well, whatever you want, whatever the reason, starting an online business, yes, it has a lot of moving parts. I'm not going to lie to you. There's a lot of information out there. A lot of people are going to tell you this, that, and the other thing. There are so many gurus and Facebook groups and free challenges and ebooks that you can download. There's a lot of information and it's super, super confusing. And most of the time, that information is going to keep you stuck. And that's okay. I mean, if you think about it, all the moving parts, let's just think about them for a minute. We've got prospects and people, right? You have to know who your customers are. You have to find a group of people who are willing to buy stuff from you. You have to talk about your products and your offers, right? Figure out, what can I sell? Who wants what I'm selling? How can I create an offer that people are actually going to pay for? And then there's all that content and messaging, right? What kind of content do my prospects need to see and want to see? What will they consume? What can I create? You know, how can I clearly communicate my unique point of view? How can I stand out from all the noise? And then there's all the social media platforms, right? There's the Facebook and Instagram and TikTok, and now it's Reels. And then are you on Pinterest? And, you know, it's like super confusing. Have you set up your lead generation funnel on these profiles? And then lead generation, right? That's another huge part of the puzzle. In order to make sales, you have to have people to sell to. So you have to be constantly filling that pipeline with people who have a problem that are actively looking for a solution. And then in order to make all of this happen, yes, you have to gather leads on autopilot. You have to have systems in place. I mean, it sounds like super complicated, right? Guess what? If you think it's complicated, it's going to be complicated. 100%. That type of thinking will keep you stuck. It will keep you exactly where you are. So here's what you need to know. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. If it were that complicated, I wouldn't be up here. I wouldn't have started 2 businesses because I'm not much different than any of you out there, except I probably had this like unwavering belief in myself and, you know, a sense of false courage at the beginning. And just a deep-seated desire to, you know what, I am destined for more. And guess what? If I make money along the way, so be it. So just look around. I want you all to look around. If you're sitting out there going, oh my God, this is super complicated. Oh my God, an online business is something other people start, not me. I want you to look around. You can seriously buy and sell just about anything on the internet. Just about anything. From diapers to donuts, to courses about making diapers or donuts, or coaching packages, right? Teaching other coaches how to be coaches, or someone like me who has an online business teaching other women how to start online businesses. I mean, you get what I'm throwing out? The reality is, okay, online sales represent a $4 trillion industry, a $4 trillion industry. Let that sink in for a minute. $4 trillion. The reality is that everyone and anyone out there with an internet connection, okay, a paper, a pencil, an internet connection, everyone's searching online for something. When you need something, when you think you need something, when you want something, what's your gut instinct, right? You go online. You're like, you're searching. Everyone is online. They're all online and we're searching for a product or a service that meets a need or solves a problem we have. I don't care if it's an essential oil. I don't care if it's a bath bomb or an online course or a consultant or a retreat. E-commerce, or what I like to call D-commerce transactions, are taking place online, mobile, digitally, every single day. It's a $4 trillion industry. So what is the takeaway? The takeaway, ladies, sisters, listen, is this. The door is not slightly cracked open. It is wide open. There has never been a better time to start an online business. And if COVID taught us anything over the past 2 years, if COVID taught us anything, it's taught us that, we can work remotely. It's taught us that how to work remotely from a laptop. It's taught us that, we can work remotely from a laptop at the corner of the dining room table, from the lunch counter, holed up in a walk-in closet. I have heard it all, trust me. But starting a business, making real money online, selling stuff that people want, and more importantly, that people need, is more than a laptop. It's more than, a laptop and an internet connection and a dream. It means thinking and acting like an online entrepreneur. So in order to think like an entrepreneur, you have to make a big necessary shift. Underline exclamation point. Now, I have had the great privilege, of helping hundreds of women all over the world dramatically change their lives by starting an online business, sometimes from scratch or from resetting their current business that isn't where they want it to be, isn't making the money they need to make. They aren't feeling it. It's not serving a greater purpose and filling their soul. And these people, these women, I've worked with them, it could be from Australia, women in Qatar, Costa Rica, from Alberta, Canada to, Denver, Colorado. And the common denominator is that these women, when they're coming to me, most didn't have an idea. So for those of you out there going, oh my God, I don't even have an idea, forget it. Reality is most women who come to me, they don't have an idea, They didn't have experience. They didn't have a big team. They didn't have deep pockets, but they all had big dreams. They all had big dreams and this underlying desire that they wanted to dramatically change their lives, that they were destined for more, that they wanted to make a bigger impact, that they wanted to serve on a larger scale. And so in order to make any of that happen, in order to make an online business happen, yes, you need to land on a big idea. Absolutely, right? Obviously, you have to land on a big idea, an idea that you can monetize, an idea that you can use as, the jumping off point for your business, an idea for a product or a service that gets people results. That's the basic formula. But in order to do any of that, you have to make this big shift, the big necessary shift, the shift from amateur to expert. And that means changing your tonality. That means giving instructions instead of directions. That means, instead of suggestions. That means, giving directions. But it all starts with you. It starts with you making the necessary shift from amateur to expert. You have to believe in yourself. I know maybe that sounds like super corny. I don't know, but you do. I've seen it. You do. I've been there. I've made the shift. Back in 2001, when I was doing the hustle dance, and all of that fell into place accidentally on purpose. Life happened for me at that point, but I had to recognize it. I had to believe in myself. I had to believe in my ability to offer people results and transformation and to get people tangible results. So selling your knowledge and selling your skill set online is super possible. It can be extremely lucrative. It can be absolutely fulfilling. And you can expand your income. For all of those of you out there, You can expand your income. You can increase your income. You can expand your influence. You can change your circumstance, but you 100%, 110%, you have to stand up and you have to self-declare. No one's going to do it for you. No one is going to do it for you. No one will declare or see you as an expert, okay, unless you tell them you are. No one will do it for you. It's up to you to make the necessary shift. Now, making that shift, okay, standing standing in your greatness. I mean, how many of you, the reality is, that means you have to deal with this overzealous nature of fear, right? Because we're all filled with fear. Absolutely. And there's not one of us on this call today speaking or listening that hasn't felt the overzealous nature of fear in some capacity. So how many of you listening today have been filled with fear, right? It could be fear of failure, it could be fear of criticism, it could be fear of, disappointment. Fear keeps us 100% safe because there's a simplicity to fear, right? It prevents us from jumping off cliffs and dancing in, lightning storms, but it also gives us this epic excuse not to try things, right? It also gives us an epic excuse, I guess, not to try new things, not to try unproven things, because we fear the unknown. We fear, like, what's going to happen? Oh, and then we create scenarios of what we think is going to happen, which is are never based in reality. But we fear the unknown. But once you stand up, okay, and you self-declare and you start believing, that fear, that 1,000-pound gorilla that's been riding your back for, in my case, it felt like riding my back for decades. Once you stand up and self-declare, that gorilla, it starts to slowly fade away. That weight is lifted. So how do we start an online business that allows us to live the life we've always wanted, the life that we dream of? Or how do we start an online business that allows us to support our family in a way that's simple, fun, and predictable? How do we do any of that? Well, I can tell you that it starts with simplicity. Keep it simple, okay? And this is what I've based my career and I guess my business and even my personal life on. Keep it simple. The power of one. And the power of one is one problem. Focus on one problem, focus on one solution, focus on one type of client, one person that you can help, focus on oneself. Back when I graduated university in 1994, my mom presented me with this quilt she'd made. My mom's super crafty and she learned to quilt. And so she gave me this gift. It was a quilt for a queen size bed. And she'd asked everyone in my circle of influence. I mean, from my relatives and my friends and former teachers, neighbors, former babysitters, she asked everybody to write a message to me, okay, in permanent ink on a quilt square. And then she took all those quilt squares and she sewed them all together into this queen size quilt. And I guess back then she presented it to me. I guess at that point it was like, the supercharged power pack of a blanket. I guess it was the 90s version of what we call like some sort of mantra card. It was just so inspirational. And when she presented it to me, I spent hours reading all the messages and it was like so awesome. And some were instructions and some were music lyrics and some were Irish poems or song verses. Some were like little anecdotes from the past, and some were powerfully written and deeply, deeply profound. And even as I stand here decades later, when I reread them, I wish I'd taken a picture of the quilt. When I reread them, they still resonate deeply with me. But there was this one square with a message in big block letters that really spoke to me, still speaks to me today. And it's been a guiding force in everything that I have done or tried to do over a 30-year career. That quilt block, it said, there is no greater belief than the belief in one's self. Love, Mom. She loves to put love, Mom. She still does it on my Facebook posts. Great video, love, Mom. It's like, yeah, Mom, I get it. I know it's you. But here was this quilt square. There's no greater belief than the belief in oneself.
Kelly, if you can just wrap it up, we just got to move to the next speaker.
Absolutely. So big words from this woman, okay, who'd taken what she described as this little talent and she turned it into this meaningful career. She was like a music teacher in a small community, and there were not a lot of opportunities. She didn't have a big formal background and not a lot of credentials. And so what she did was she took just this passion and this belief in herself, and she stood up and self-declared to the entire neighborhood, I can teach you piano, I can teach you music, you know, I can direct your choir. But she stood up and self-declared. She told people she was an expert, and people absolutely 100% believed her. Boom, she had a business. When all the other moms in the 70s weren't working, mine was working. She was a little bit of a hippie, right? But she stood up and she self-declared, and she hung out her shingle. No formal training, just a talent. She made the shift from amateur to expert, 100%. So the shift from amateur to expert, I'm just going to try to fast forward.
Yeah, sorry, Kelly, we're going to have to wrap it up.
Okay, no problem. What I'm going to do is that there's a right way and a wrong way and a right way to start an online business. And I'm going to put down in the chat a bunch of free resources that you can download, presentations, blueprints, and an opportunity to book a call with me if you are looking to, truly start or reset your online business that serves a greater purpose and that's truly heartfelt. So thank you very much and have a wonderful day. And if you have any questions, pop them down in the comments.
Thank you, Kellyanne. And Leslie, if you want to turn on your sound and video, I'm going to go right into introducing you. So it was not until she discovered forgiveness that Leslie found her calling. She discovered it in the most unlikely space with the passing of her mother. Forgiveness became the foundation of her new profession after 25 years in the mortgage industry. Leslie is a certified health and life coach, public speaker, author, and business mentor. As a professional transformational coach, Leslie helps people who are frustrated and unsure of their next steps as they transition from something familiar into something new. New beginnings at any age or in any space can be challenging. She has been a trusted advisor and guide, assisting entrepreneurs redefine their lives. Please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Leslie Crudup.
Thank you so much, fearless ladies. After hearing so many phenomenal women, the story is certainly clear. What is your story? It doesn't matter. It's your journey to be the best version of yourself, and you are doing it scared. And you have heard this from every fearless woman preceding me. I just want to take a few moments and say, let's just take this fear journey together, shall we? Jump, she said. Here she was, my childhood friend, and we were only about 10 years old. She would later become my best friend of over 50 years, a person that I would come to call my bestie. And yet she was asking me to jump to my doom. There was this huge wall in the playground where the kids would leap onto this mountainous pile of sand. And at the time, while it was only a couple of feet tall, it appeared like a 40-story building in my eyes. And I have to laugh at it because I remember looking at her and I remember saying, I didn't see you jump. But she had faith in me to do it. Now, I had seen other children jump before me, but she and I had not done it yet. And for whatever reason, she had all this faith in me. Now, there's this voice. I call her Sinister Leslie, and she resides on my shoulder. And she continually challenges me. She whispered in my ear the entire time, Leslie, this is stupid. Do you want to know what I did? I looked at her and I looked at my friend with this committed face as if to say, if I die, I'm coming back to haunt you. And with that, I closed my eyes and I jumped. I even remember on the way down, my mother chastising voice saying, you don't have to do what everybody tells you to do. But you see, this was my best friend. She wouldn't do this to hurt me, right? Of course not. But what I realized is that I was ready and I had everything I needed. I just needed to do it. You see, when you are not ready, that's when you are. I looked up this word fear, and here's what I found. Terror, fright, fearfulness, horror, alarm, panic, agitation, trepidation, dread, consternation, dismay, dismiss, anxiety, worry, angst, unease, uneasiness, apprehension, apprehensiveness, nervousness, nerves, timidity, disquietude, discomposure, unrest, perturbation, foreboding, misgiving, doubt, suspicion. You know, when you hear all of those words, fear is not such a bad word now, is it? I want to talk to you about fear because while people tell us sometimes to cast it aside, I say embrace it, notice it, and look it in the face. That's what happens oftentimes when we need to eradicate it anyway. We don't dismiss it, we stare it down. What are we afraid of, really? I tell myself, you can't be afraid of something that hasn't happened yet. So why stress? For me, I think my biggest trepidation is that when I'm ready to do something, I'm scared that I will fall apart. I'm scared I'll fail. And I certainly don't want to do that. That's when I find myself running and hiding. Take today, for instance. I prepared a topic for discussion. I planned out everything. And then right before I looked over my notes, I saw Sinister Leslie. This is not going to work, and you are going to look like a complete idiot. Yes, she did. Sinister Leslie, that's her name, sitting on my shoulder, tapping me and to remind me that this was stupid. And she was very much at the foot of my bed last night. But I thought to myself, what if I don't show up? No one will know, right? Then I won't have to give this speech. And I don't have to worry about failing. Ugh. But then what would happen? I would probably feel a huge sense of relief and then cry a river because I should have gone ahead and done my speech. But here I am, I'm talking to you about a title that I came up with months ago, a topic that I came up with months ago, and Sinister Leslie is in a box because she tried to shut me down. But that's what fear does. It keeps tapping on your shoulder up until the last moment, hoping that you'll give in. We are scared that things will fall apart. Things falling apart. Pema Chodron says, things falling apart is a kind of testing and also a kind of healing. We think that the point is to pass the test or to overcome the problem, but the truth is that things don't really get solved. They come together and they fall apart again. It's just like that. Oh, thank you, Pema, because this is a creed that I live by today. I am embracing groundlessness that Pema teaches all the time. We can no longer sweat the small stuff. There are those things that I cannot change, and it's simple as that. However, let's take a look at that, the concept of change. Change is the only constant in life. So it would be fitting that we learn from it. We welcome it into our life whenever possible. And when does it come? When we're scared out of our minds, that's when fear appears, when one critical change is upon us, right? How about when it showed up in so many countless times in our lives? Like when we were a child or a young adult, or even today, even up until the time I opened up or you opened up this Zoom call. There's one resounding thought that I would just like you to take if you get nothing else from today. Fear is everyone, everywhere, and every time. And it's especially prevalent when we're in the midst of change. Can't escape it. Many have tried. But let's take a journey through our own lives when fear showed up. Have you ever had a chance to do that, to go back down memory lane? Think about it. Fear of change in different stages of our lives bring up different emotions and thus approaches on how we managed it. For each stage in your life, I would like for you to think of a time when you were scared, petrified, particularly of a monumental change. Maybe you were a child and you were about to go to a new school or meet new children. Maybe you were a young adult and you were in cheerleading and you had a tryout and you practiced and practiced, and out of nowhere, that routine escaped all corners of your memory. Maybe as a seasoned adult, I leave that to terminology, you were faced with a pressing project that you had your name stamped all over it, and you were about to present this in front of an executive committee, and you lost your notes. Anything you can think of to which you knew unequivocally, fear was in the room. I want you to ask yourself, how old were you at the time? How did you feel? How did you manage fear at that time? Were you proud of yourself? Did sinister fill in the blank get put back in the box? Why or why not? And more importantly, as you think about this, what, if anything, would you do differently? And this is key because we naturally manage things differently depending on the space we're in at any given time. It's one thing to know fear, but what about how we felt? Much like, how did our hearts race when we were a child versus now? It's been said that childhood fears tend to be age specific and predictable. As a child gets older, the nature and the intensity of those fears often diminish, but sometimes the fears do follow us into adulthood. I already shared with you the wall. That was one of many, but I also am reminded of a time when I had to make new friends. Even if we were making the same friends from last year, there's this overwhelming fear. We do it every year. And it's as if we change so drastically over the summertime. It's intimidating, but in keeping with the questions, here we go. I think I was about 10 years old, so in the 5th grade. And I remember, for the most part, I was coming in touch with my emotions. And if you are like me, they were all over the place. I was vulnerable and I felt uneasy about meeting anybody new. And my nervousness was clearly visible. And I was quite frankly embarrassed by it. I didn't want to be near anyone. And they could surely know that. And I couldn't let that happen. So what did I do as a child? Of course, I ran. The closer people came from me, the further I backed up in the playground. I was terrified. I didn't want anyone to see how vulnerable I was. Now, what would I have done differently? I would have stand still. I would allow the children to share my space. And then I would have realized that every single child in that room, in that playground, felt the same way I did. They were a ball of contention and just as nervous. And we were all scared. Ugh, what I didn't know. Let's fast forward to life as a young adult. For me, that would be maybe about the age between 20 and 25. Now, the National Institute of Mental Health statistics point out that as we age, we produce much less adrenaline, which can cause racing hearts and dizziness. This means the intense fears that we may have experienced in youth no longer trouble us. Interesting point. But what about when love is involved? That one love. Maybe you call it your first. Maybe you call it the real one. Whatever it is, the introduction of relational love and coming into adulthood are all aspects of change that manifest so rapidly that it can be downright intimidating. And with regards to love, we want to give it everything we have, but then we fear hurt, rejection, and abandonment. We're vulnerable, and we want to fear, however, strong and resilient. There was this young man that I was sure was my true love, and I was to grow old with him. I had named all my children and everything. And there was no reason for me to look any further. But here was the problem. He was not my soulmate. Here's where fear came in differently. I loved him, but I needed to break up with him. And when I met him, he took my breath away. I was a moth to the flame and he was magnificent. But the fear was that I needed more, particularly when I was already so comfortable. And I was terrified, of course, as you can imagine. When we leave comfortability, we question ourselves. What happened? I broke up with him, pulled the Band-Aid off, and cried my eyes out uncontrollably, running, much like I did in that schoolyard. I was still crazy in love, but I had to thank the universe for the strength to just love myself more. There's this quote by Ranish that says, "Don't move the way fear makes you move. Move the way love makes you move." Today, I am more in love with my peace than I am the person. So here I am today, a seasoned adult. That's how I'm referring to myself. And it's been said that older, seasoned adults often experience a greater sense of vulnerability. However, anxiety is more often at the forefront. Perhaps fear circles around our embracing mortality. Maybe so, but in my experience, it also opens up my heart to acceptance and full realization at the same time. Here comes Pema again. When things are shaky and nothing is working, we might realize that we're on the verge of something. I can confidently say that I have been on the shakiest ground yet. Anyone else feel that way? I was in fear of doing this speech, but I pulled myself up to do so. Sinister Leslie can no longer get the best of me because I've learned so much and I've come so far. My shakiest ground appeared just a few years ago when I lost my home. The rug was pulled from underneath me, and underneath that rug was a huge hole, much like Pema had discussed in a recent interview. That was my story. But here's the oddity. During my recovery with this windfall, I found myself. I took an even bigger leap. I left my job. Am I crazy? Maybe. I faced fear in the eye. And despite how intimidating it appeared, I decided that what I needed was on the other side. And this was the path that I was going to take. So move out of the way, fear. Was I ready? Nope, not at all. I had a cushion and I had a plan, but I had no idea if it would sink or swim. The key is it didn't matter. Who am I at this time? Just call me tongue biting, because that's sometimes what I can be found doing on a daily basis. But I'm also remembered by Brene Brown. What we know matters, but who we are matters more. Fear is going to show up. There's no escaping it. As far as I'm concerned, the easiest way to eradicate it is to just know that it can be there. And when it comes, you can overcome it. Look back at what you did in the past, at those critical times when you didn't think it was possible. Change, that beautiful constant, showed up and told you what your next move should be. You pulled out your cape and the rest is history, right? Listen, more often than not, it is terrifying, but then something we may have never imagined can be beyond our wildest dreams on the other side. Fear and necessary change can be the wall that you're standing on, the playground of children that you're surrounding you, reassessing your relationships, or losing stability called home. From each encounter you learned, you knowingly or unknowingly looked fear in the face and you managed to smile another day. Fear happens to everyone, everywhere, every time. Be inspired and overfilled with what you now know and walk into change with this assuredness of the floor underneath you. Just when you think you aren't ready, that is when you are. And what am I talking about today? I'm always in the midst of change, and I'm embracing what's in front of me. Are you looking to do so for yourself? I totally understand it. And if you want, we can just have a candid conversation. I always say, come sit by me. And it helps sometimes to face fears with someone from an aerial view. My link I'll certainly put in the chat. And as you can see, I have a QR code. All you need to do is snap onto it and you'll see all of my connections. And hopefully you'll be able to come by and sit by me and have a conversation, because you allowed me to face my fear today. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Beautiful talk. Thank you so much for sharing. And Shakita, if you want to turn on your sound and video, I would love to introduce you next. You there, Shakita?
Yes, I'm trying to start now. There we go. Hi.
Awesome. Hi, Shakita. How are you today?
I'm pretty good. How about you guys?
And fantastic. Where are you joining us from today?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Fabulous. Well, I'm going to introduce you and then it's all yours. So Mrs. Shakita Torres is a licensed clinical social worker and the owner of Empowered Two Shift Counseling Services, a faith-based mental health organization located in North Carolina. Mrs. Torres is the founder and president of Doing It for the Kingdom, Inc., a nonprofit educating about human trafficking. What drives Mrs. Torres Torres to continue her work is the fact that she is a survivor of physical and sexual childhood trauma who has transitioned from pain to purpose. She is known for being transparent, being able to connect with others, and have a joyful spirit. These qualities, along with her continued growth, transcends and sparks a hunger for you to embrace the process of healing on purpose. Please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Shakita.
Hello, everyone. Thank you guys so much for hanging in there and being patient as we all gave our wonderful speeches today. So thank you, Charlotte, for the opportunity. And I'm going to just go ahead and get into it for the sake of time. And so as Charlotte was saying, I am a big believer of healing on purpose, for your purpose. Okay. And so over the years, before I became a therapist, before I became a life coach, I have a lot of history of my own childhood trauma. Okay. And so whenever I finally gave my life to Christ and I really wanted to really figure out my own purpose, I realized that I had so many unresolved issues that I knew would hinder me from walking confidently in my God-given purpose. And not only that, I had been a part of different jobs, different ministries, where there were so many leaders who were, hurting other people unintentionally. And then I began to realize that it was because they had their own unresolved issues of trauma, rejection, and the list goes on. Okay. And so I am so passionate about this topic because I understand that whenever you're a leader, and a leader to me is anyone who has influence over someone. When you have influence over someone, that really does affect how you lead based off of your own perception, based off your own experiences, and based off of how you see yourself. Okay. This picture right here is me. I am 11 years old. And during this time, I was involved in court. I was involved with DSS, which is called Child Protective Services, because at this time, it had came to the light that my mom's boyfriend had been sexually abusing me for 3 years. And so not only that, during the whole, time during that period, as far as the court and I'm in school, my mom dies in a very tragic house fire. And that was very traumatic. So I had trauma on top of trauma on top of trauma. Okay. And so I share more about my story in a new book that I just co-authored called Just Say No. It's my chapter is very raw, very authentic, and it's 14 kingdom women who are in business, who are sharing their story about setting boundaries and saying no, so that way they can say yes to purpose. So far, the book is the #1 international bestseller. And oh my God, the feedback on this book has just been phenomenal. And I'm very honored and humbled to be able to share my story in this capacity. So during my healing journey, as I was saying before, when I discovered how my trauma showed up for me, I was very intentional about healing because I knew where I was going. I knew what God was showing me, who I was, and all these great things. But I had insecurities. I had, my self-esteem was low. I was very passive, very, very passive. And so I was healing from my trauma, but I call it residue. I still had all this residue of things that I had not healed from. And one of those things was I had unhealthy boundaries. Okay. I had unhealthy boundaries. I know me and you guys have heard the word boundaries being thrown here and thrown there, but having healthy boundaries whenever you're trying to lead, whenever you want to walk in purpose, whenever you want to, help other people in any way, having boundaries is so, so important. And so I found myself being a people pleaser. I found myself wanting to find acceptance, wanting to, just please other people. But in turn, I was neglecting myself, my own needs, not speaking up. Often I was taken advantage of. I often was, shamed, or I felt guilty for trying to implement and set boundaries. As Charlotte was saying, my personality, my natural state, I'm very joyous. I love people, from all over the world, different types, whatever. I just love people, no matter what their beliefs are. And so with that, people will see that and try to take advantage of that, right? And so I had to take out time to heal from my mom trauma, from the sexual abuse. All these things piled up, which caused me to feel rejected. And so oftentimes we don't speak up, we don't set boundaries because we don't want people to reject us. We want to have a place where we feel like we can belong and feel like we're being heard. And we kind of sacrifice and compromise our own values in order to please other people. All right. And so I want to give you 5 tips right now that you can use to help you to implement your boundaries. Number 1 is to know your worth. Know your worth, know your worth, know your worth. Okay. Know your values. Know what it is that you want out of life. With my clients, I spend a great deal of time going over with them their values. Okay, what do you care about? Are you, do you value your time? Do you value your income? Do you, your relationship with God? Do you value your business? What is it? And there are over 100 different values, and we set those goals of setting boundaries based around that. Okay, we talk about your fears. Like, what are you afraid of losing? What are you afraid of letting go of? Because you don't want to set healthy boundaries. Oftentimes we don't have them because we want to keep the relationship. I see this often with parenting as well. Oftentimes, we're told to, honor our mother, honor our father, but the catch to that is also them honoring us as well and them protecting us. And I know for me, I didn't have that. Looking back, my mom, she chose him over me, and that didn't feel good. And so, growing up, I looked for a mother figure in other women who were older than me. But once again, as I was saying before, because of their own unhealed trauma, because of their own issues, they took advantage of me. And they left me again broken. It left me again hurt. I was confused, trying to figure out, why in the world am I going through this? Why? And so one day I was driving. I said, Lord, I'm like, please tell me, like, why do I keep, going through these different, things with women? And he said, because of your mother trauma, you have not healed from your mother wound. Because my mom, she died in a very tragic house fire. I'm the oldest of four. And during that time, because of the abuse, I was living with a family member. I wasn't with my siblings. And so I just had grief going. It was so many different layers to it. And everybody's story is different. And so I've spent a number of years and a great amount of time counseling so many women and even men who have a hard time setting boundaries because they've been, bombarded with all of these, negative beliefs that they have to do something. And I have to really spend time to help them break down those ideas and break down those barriers to understand that you are a grown person. Okay, you have value, you have worth. What you have to say matters. Okay, what I have to say, it matters. Like someone needs to hear your voice. And so not having those boundaries and being passive and not assertive will cost you a lot. It costs you a lot. Today I heard the word fear come up so many times, right? And so that fear also can cause us not to have healthy boundaries. So what are you afraid of? Why are you afraid to speak up? Why are you afraid to use your voice? None of us are perfect. Many of us have different things that we have to push past in order to have healthy boundaries, in order for us to use our voice. Okay. And that's all I have for today. I wanted to make it short and sweet, and hopefully I've inspired you guys. I will definitely leave a link below for the book if you want to, check that out. Also, if you want to download my free guide, I have a free guide. It's called 10 Ways on How to Set Boundaries God's Way, and you can text boundaries to 910-387-4717. Thank you so much.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
No worries. Ran quickly to the washroom and all of a sudden I came back and everything was done. Well,
Only
thank
by
you.
a minute. Only by a minute.
No worries, Shakita. Well, thank you so much for sharing today. So I'm going to turn things over to our next amazing speaker for today. So Melva, if you want to turn on your sound and video. How are you, Melva?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. Where are you joining us from today?
Washington, D.C., and it is gorgeous. Sorry, everybody.
Well, that's what I like to hear. We always love a sunshiny day. So I'm going to introduce Melva and then you can take it away. So as a self-made entrepreneur recognized for her work in the live events industry, as well as causes rooted in social equality as it pertains to women, health, and race and identity, Melva LaJoy-Legrand is a public speaker, event producer, community leader, and writer. As the founder, CEO of LaJoy Plans, Melva has been recognized as a trailblazer in the events industry, landing her a coveted spot on Biz Bash's 2021 Biz Bash 500 Awards. Recognized nationally for her thought leadership, Melva has led her expertise to topics surrounding sexual assault, dementia, and entrepreneurship. She has spoken on panels for Consciously Unbiased, Title Raisers, and RAIN, along with being featured in Forbes magazine. So please welcome our next wonderful speaker for today, Melva LaJoy-Legrand.
Thank you so much. And hi, everybody. I am burning up and on fire to share with you two simple truths. The first is this, and I want to get so up close and personal with you. There is no fall you can't recover from, and your pain has a purpose. Your pain has a purpose. And that's why I'm so excited to be in a space talking about being a fearless woman. But if I'm being honest with you and honest with myself, I wasn't always fearless. I wasn't fulfilled, but rather I was fear-filled. And how I know I was fear-filled is I would show up differently. I would try to shrink myself. I would try to dim my light. But when you're fearless, when you embody that spirit, what I know to be true and what I have lived to see is that any obstacle you can overcome. When you walk into a room, people stop and look at you and say, there's a woman whose light never dims, and you know that you are worthy as your birthright. Worthy as your birthright. You no longer shrink yourself to make others comfortable. And so today, what I'd like to do is take you on a journey of what I call the personal pandemic. It's something that I developed in 2020. And I know you may be thinking, well, how can she say these things? Because I look very cute on the virtual stage, right? Right? I know you're smiling and nodding and agreeing. And what I would say to you is, I would say that I have come from a low place to get to this season right here, to share with you some of my pain, my missteps, my mistakes, and the spirit of helping you overcome your personal pandemic. And so let me tell you a little bit more about my story. So as Charlotte did a beautiful job with my introduction, thank you. I am an entrepreneur and I'm very proud of that fact. But in 2020, I lost 90%, 95%, basically all of my business. Basically all of my business. And every loan that I applied to, I was rejected from. And one of the things that I haven't said publicly is that I was offered multiple times to sell or merge my business, which spiraled me into a deep depression. A few years prior to that, at a time where I wasn't prioritizing my self-care, I was living, and wait for this, I'm gonna get close, I was working with a collection of tumors the size of what doctors would say was a newborn fetus. I was working. The result of having those tumors, some surgeries later, would be that I would be infertile, deemed infertile. And just when I thought I couldn't catch my breath, I would watch as my first love, my namesake, Melvin, my father, would struggle with 5 strokes, 6 brain bleeds, 1 brain surgery, until Mother and I would become familiar with the term that maybe some of you know, dementia. Melvin fought gallantly for 4 years, dying May 7th, 2021. And then you might ask yourself, well, what about the little Melvin Joy? Well, the pictures tell the story. My mother has them. The Melvin Joy, the little Melvin Joy, never felt comfortable in her Blackness. And as a result, I would pull out my hair as a young child to the point of being bald, because my hair didn't do the things that I thought was deemed beautiful. And even though I had love from my parents, complete and full and rich, I would look for external validation from others. And I would find myself in a series of abusive relationships. And as a young adult woman, would have to heal and contend with being gang raped. So when I look at my story, some people who know me say, well, Melvin Joy, from a young adult to this season, how are you still standing? Some of my former friends said the very unhelpful thing, that they would be an alcoholic. Not helpful, by the way. And what I would say is, I stand firm, because now I know who I am and whose I am.
Hey, you
And
keep
so I
saying
want to
having
talk
healthy boundaries,
through a
protect your
couple of
purpose. Yes,
constructs
that's right. So
of
every time you
how,
work on your purpose and you
and
start to do what
hopefully
God
you
has
all
called you
can
to
still
do.
hear me because I'm getting a little feedback, but hopefully you can hear me. So here's the how. So first I want to talk through what is the worst that could happen. I call it your doubt chronicles. When I became infertile, I was on fire in a negative way, depressed and despondent. I thought, I'm no longer a woman. I can't have children. No partner will want me. And I wrote all of that down. And then it occurred to me, and I think this is key, that your life, you can flip the page. And so while I do not have children and will not have children in a natural way, I'm a wonderful auntie. I'm an exquisite godmom. I am a delighted and challenged mentor. And I eventually would meet my now husband who sees me in the fullness of what it means to be a woman and loves me full and complete. My point to you, I invite you to take on that doubt doesn't get to decide the story. You do. That's the first thing. The second thing I want to talk through is something Shakita just mentioned, the shame of trauma. Well, similar to her, I had to contend with my sexual assault past and the trauma of it. And unfortunately, I had people in my life affirming that the shame belonged to me instead of my abusers. And then it occurred to me, that shame is not mine to carry. And so for years, I didn't tell my story. We wouldn't have had this talk. And then I started talking about it. And what I found was my people. And I developed a community where for 10 years, I moderated a discussion about sexual assault and domestic violence. I actually went to one of my fellow survivors' weddings. And what I realized is that not everybody is meant to be your people. But what is real and true is that you deserve to tell your story. You deserve to be in community with people who see you and affirm you. And for those people who said, bye, Melville Joy, you know what I want to say? I'm glad this is going live. I want to say thank you. Because they didn't deserve to be a part of my light. The third thing, so this is being and struggling with my Blackness is a long journey. It wasn't just as a child. I was often told, not by my family or family friends, but others, I was told, it's good you're smart because you're so brown. It's good you have this because you're so brown. And what I realized is that hurt people, we all know this, hurt people. But the other part of it is hurt people with unresolved hurts, hurt and hinder people. And what I had to get clear about is that other people's pain is not my responsibility. And let me tell you something, once Melville Joy, once I got clear on that, there is not a pattern I do not like. My hair is my favorite accessory, and I show up in all of my Blackness and glory, period, full stop. Because while I have empathy for people and their pain, that's their responsibility. And so I invite you to consider when you're feeling less than, is that from you, or is it a projection or a story that someone else is telling you because they haven't done their work? You know, 2020 for business owners, for me as a business owner, was hard. It was devastating. It was devastating. And I realized, well, let me stop here. Raise your hand, your virtual hand, if you're a perfectionist and you think you're in control. Yeah, me too. And I realized that I had to let go of this perception, this illusion of control, this myth of perfectionism, and I had to meet life where it was, because life was still happening. And so what that looked like for me, it was a faith moment. I would get dressed in 2020, no work, every day, and I would go to work. I went back to school. I would go to networking events, because what I know to be true is that your personal pandemic moment, if you're in a season, whoever I'm talking to, that's your planting season. And I'd love to tell you your planting season is going to be 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. No. Sometimes it's going to be years. But in your planting season, I need you to know that if you're planting seeds, your harvest will come. And how I know that to be true is I'm in my harvest. I'm talking to you. In my business, woo, we're almost turning people away. But it's because I showed up in my personal storm and planted those seeds. And then the last big picture thing before I go to some quick nuggets is this. One of the blessings, try not to cry. One of the blessings of seeing my dad with dementia is that every day was a new day. Every day dad had to choose how he would show up, because he would forget the previous day. And in watching him, he chose joy up until his last breath. I can say that to be true. But in watching him, I saw someone choose to protect himself as his most precious resource. And so my plea to all of you listening is this: to choose your stress, to choose who you let into your emotional ecosystem so that you can build your life. I choose my husband, I choose my parents, and I realize you may think you don't have choices, but I believe you do. And I believe you should lead with this, that your emotional ecosystem, you are your most treasured resource. So those are some high level things, and I want to talk through some quick things and then leave you with a couple of pieces of advice. So number one, if you are in a personal pandemic, I invite you to find an anchor. For me, it's still Melvin. To this morning, I wasn't feeling great, and I played a voice message from Melvin. I recorded him when he was sick, and he said, LaJoy, and it pauses, you got it, girl, to get ready for today. So I don't know what your anchor is, but I suggest that you find it. The second one is to document your gratitude. And I know what you're thinking. You may not have anything right this second, or the thing that the world tells you is important. But here's the thing, if you have breath, if you can hear me right now, you still have an opportunity to have the life you've been dreaming about. I promise you, you just gotta hold on. The third thing I wanna say is to document your victories. I loved what Jacqueline said. Document your victories. Don't be humble about it. You lost weight, great. You won a contract, great. You did this, you did that, great. Because when the storm of life comes, and life will humble us all, I need you to be able to look back and tell your story to yourself about your greatness. And then the last thing I would say to the young Melva LaJoy, the girl who pulled out her hair, I would say, girl, feel, release, and thank. Feel all the feelings, be upset, be frustrated. But then you've got to release that, because what you don't release restrains you. And then you have to thank that experience for the lessons. There's been a time in my life where I lost my money. Well, guess what? I'm thankful, because now I know how to protect my money. There's been a time in my life where I was in the wrong relationships, but guess what? I'm thankful, because it prepared me to be the wife that I am now. So feel, release, and thank. So in the essence of time, and I could talk to you all day long, I have three final things to say. And I blew through the PowerPoint because I wanted to connect with you. So sorry for not sharing that. The first thing I want to say to those of you who may have a faith orientation like me, I want to say push, push. And what that means is pray until something happens. And for those of you who don't have a faith orientation like myself, I got you. I want to tell you to persist until something happens. And I would be remiss if I didn't sneak this in before I close. I want to say this that someone told me, and I rolled my eyes and I didn't want to believe it. They said, hold on, pain ends. Hope. And so to close my chat out, I want to leave you with a poem that I believe is a love letter to women, is a love letter to fearless seeking individuals. And I hope it speaks to you as much as it's spoken to me. It's from a woman who I don't know. If you know her, please tell me how to find her so I can thank her for this beautiful piece. Her name is Selena Odom, and it reads, I bend, but do not break. I've been lost, but I'm not a loser. I'm a wreck, but I'm not totaled. I'm fractured, but not broken. I've failed, but I'm not a failure. I've fallen hard, but I will get up again. I'm isolated, but still I'm free. I have been destroyed, but I have rebuilt. My heart has been broken, but it will mend. See, no matter how close I come to breaking, you, virtual audience, fearless ladies. Let me repeat that again. See, no matter how hard I come to breaking, I just continue to bend. I want to thank Charla and Jacqueline. I want to say to anyone listening, I'm going to drop my information in the chat because I am in the process of building a coaching program should you want to talk through your personal pandemic and the power that it carries. I'm rooting for all of you. Hold on to hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Melva. And what a beautiful poem there at the end. So I can't believe we're already at our last speaker for today. So Unique, if you want to turn on your sound and video, I'd love to introduce you. And while before we do that, I did one more door prize for today. And so our last winner for today is Wanda Rochelle Holland, who lives in Texas. So keep your eye on your mailbox this week, Wanda, and I'm going to send a beautiful handmade gift to you. So Unique, where are you joining us from today?
I am in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, on the East Coast.
Yes.
On a sunny afternoon. Finally, we had rain this morning. Now it's sunny.
Good stuff. Beautiful Halifax, one of my favorite places to visit. Absolutely love it. So I'm going to introduce you, Unique, and then you can take it away. So Unique Seedy is passionate about empowering women to meet their full potential. She holds a BA in modern languages and a master's of education in adult education, is a certified master coach practitioner specializing in career and life coaching. She is also a certified ketogenic health and nutrition coach. Over the course of her career, her professional journey took her from language teacher, conference interpreter, and translator to human resources consultant, learning advisor, and a management position. She now has a coaching practice, Chrysalis Women Empowerment. Please welcome our final speaker for today, Unique.
Thank you, Charlotte, for this lovely introduction and for giving me the opportunity to speak today. So, what would you say if I told you that the best decision you could make would be to leave a situation that is somewhat secure to go to one you know for sure has no certainty? your reaction might be, well, that doesn't make any sense. You're out of your mind. Why would you do that? That's really poor advice. Well, you would be right to say this given the circumstances that I just described to you. But guess what? That is exactly what I did. The beginning, and this was the beginning of a series of paradigm shifts in my life. So let me tell you how it happened. I was a teacher in a federal department, and the salary was much higher than where I used to work in a private school, and I had benefits. So woo, life was good. But it was not a permanent position. It was a one-year contract, but it could be renewed. And after 5 years, I would be a permanent employee. So, life was good. After 1 year, my contract was renewed. So I thought, perfect, 4 more to go. Year 2, again, I'm renewed. So I felt some sense of security. They obviously liked my work. They kept me. And at the end of year 2, there was an announcement. They were putting a moratorium on turning over term position into permanent position for 3 years. So that meant for 3 years, the time that you work, I called it served, would not count towards becoming a permanent employee. So for me, what it meant is that it would take me another 6 years to reach a status of being a permanent employee. So I thought, well, here we go. But I was hopeful. I thought I would find another position, another job somewhere else and secure a permanent job. And then I heard of this assignment program that was actually geared to help employees getting new experience and learn new skills to advance their career and get promoted. So I thought it's perfect for me. I applied, and I didn't hear anything for 2 years until they called me out of the blue, offering me a position, an assignment as one of the project officers for the program. So, wow, I was ecstatic. That was putting me in a leadership role. But there was a catch. Again, this was another temporary opportunity. And to make it worse, there were no chance of having an extension because that assignment program was a sunset program. And given the government cutbacks, they were not renewing the program until even with a program that was highly successful. So then I started to think and debate and weigh the pros and the cons. I'm already in a position that has no future for at least 6 years. That's if I don't get laid off. And here I have an opportunity where I could learn new skills and grow and maybe have other opportunities that would lead me somewhere else. The comfortable thing would be to stay where I am, keep the status quo. It's comfortable, it's not as scary, although it's not safe, it's not secure, but I know what I'm dealing with. And I still have a sense of security because they renewed my contract. But the assignment was such a great opportunity. How could I not take that? But it's because I knew I had this fear that after the 1 year, I would not find anything else. And this little voice said to me, what do you have to lose? So I went to see my manager and to seek her approval to go on assignment. Well, she was annoyed, to say the least, but she still said yes. But I might not have my job when I come back. Well, that really made making a decision quite a bit easier, So even then, I was ecstatic, I was happy, but I had this doubt and I almost froze. But then I looked at it again and realized that staying where I was not going to change my situation. And going on assignment might open opportunities. All I knew for sure is that I had no safety anywhere, and the opportunities lied in going to the assignment. As Albert Einstein said, a ship is always safe at shore, but it's not what it was built for. Because, you know, a ship is meant to go to sea and go places. We are all ships and vessels with a purpose, but often we are still in a place where we are safe, which stunt our growth. And that's because we know that if we don't leave, if we stay where we are going to be safe and we won't be hurt. So what became clear to me is that my job, my current job, was far from being secure as I thought it was. So I made the decision. I took that assignment, but I have to say, I felt sick to my stomach. I was scared. I couldn't think straight. I had moments of doubt that I made a mistake. And I was afraid of what lay ahead. And I had doubts, but I still went. And that was a great thing. The assignment made me discover myself. Before that assignment, I only saw myself as a teacher and a mother. Nothing wrong with that, but that's all I thought I was. My limited beliefs did not enable me to see all that I had to offer, all that I was, and all that I could be. So as I progressed in the program, I was doing something that I loved, helping others, because as a project officer, my job, one of my duties was to help the participant find assignments to help them enhance their skills and advance in their career. And that, because of that, it opened a world of opportunities presented itself to me. I got to do things I would have never done before if I'd stayed in the classroom. I co-chair and presented at conferences. I was dealing with different organizations at the federal, provincial, municipal, and NGOs, doing and expanding my network and learning so much from so many people, and I grew from that. I was able to apply all the gifts and talents that I had, and it was so rewarding. And I've got to unleash and discover my innate talents and my gifts. And I was able to put them in action while accomplishing all the tasks. I was growing and flourishing. And the year went by really fast, and nearing the end of the assignment, I became anxious. But yet I felt that something would come, but I didn't know what it was. I've already taken a leap of faith. I still was going through the motion of being worried and afraid. And one day, I think about 3 weeks before the assignment was over, the director of the program came to me and said that he was at a meeting, and it was the director who was looking for somebody like me with my experience and my skills, which I would not have had. A lot of them had I not gone on the assignment. So I went for the interview, and I was hired. And again, I just couldn't, like I was thinking, I just cannot get a break. It was another temporary position. But I thought, you know what? I've done it twice already, and I'm grown the stronger for it. Just go and do the best you can, be the best you can be, show what you can do, and life, the universe, God will guide you. But you know, amidst of all that, my marriage was failing. And it had been for quite a while, actually. I had stayed longer than I should because I was afraid to leave, because I didn't know how to support myself and my children if my situation, my employment situation was not would not improve. You know, I was still on the contract, so I was frozen. But I knew I could no longer stay in that situation. It was not good for anybody, for me, for my spouse, for my children. So I made the decision to leave, even knowing that I might not be renewed, even knowing that I wouldn't know what to do, where to go if I wasn't employed, because you see, I had no family around. My family was in another province. I did not have a support network. It was very unnerving, but despite that, I still left. Again, I took a risk and I harnessed my courage and my determination to take the leap and go forward. As I continued on my path, I grew as a person and experienced many things that made me grow and open other doors. And I was thinking, I know there was something better on the other side. And you know what? It did. There was something. I was appointed to a permanent position. A few months later, I was so happy. I could breathe. And then I bought a house a year later. Make a long story short, looking fast forward, I've pivoted career several times since, luckily from permanent to another permanent position. But what was very clear to me is that one thing in common in everywhere I worked, and it was also part of my work, was coaching. I worked with volunteer group, and I ended up doing some coaching, even in my day job, working with clients, colleagues. I always ended up doing coaching either for work or when they would reach out to me for advice. And this is something that was part of my life, work that lit me up. It was really something that I was drawn to and I came by naturally. And then I heard the call. I worked very hard and I worked the ladder. And one day, I finally realized what I had, because throughout all these years, I didn't know what my purpose was or what my passion was. I loved and I liked every job that I had. But one day I just took a step back and realized that where lay my true passion. So again, I did an uncomfortable thing. But you know, they say when you feel like you cannot do something, that's when you should do it. Tony Robbins always said, if you think you can't, you must. So after many years, and I decided to leave my position as a manager. And I went back and got my certifications. And I pivoted my career. I got my certification as a life coach, as a master coach, and my ketogenic health nutrition coaching. And again, I went through the same journey, the doubt and the fear. But I knew it was the right thing to do, because I know that I am where I need to be. because every morning when I wake up, I look forward to everything that would come to me. Looking forward to what lays ahead, because I had found my purpose and my passion, and that lights me up. My purpose is to empower women and help them uncover their strength, their inner gift and talents and gift to reach their full potential and be the women they're destined to be. And that is something that is really dear to me. Doing what you love is a great thing. But if we do not seek, if we do not embrace what comes to us, we have to be open to what the universe has for us. And what I would like to leave you is the tip. I'll give you some tips. I'd like to share with you what helped me through my journey every time that I face adversity and the unknown and the sense of insecurity. And how I overcame the anxiousness, the panic, the fear. Is that I learned through all the experience I went through is that I have, and we all have the power to do anything we want. It's a matter of mindset. We are what we think. So if you think in a positive way, instead of letting limiting beliefs in a way, you can accomplish anything you want. Next, as you saw, I went through several crossroads. And when you are at a crossroad, yes, it is difficult and it's painful, but that's normal. And that's because we are leaving our comfort zone. And we have to make a decision that will take us into the unknown. Losing our sense of security. But you know, you do not want to live in a life full of what ifs and regrets. We should not be afraid to take the steps to the unknown, because there lies opportunities, but you will not know if you don't cross over. And be receptive of the opportunities that are presented to you. You are not defined by where you are in life right now. And this is where one reason I froze so many times, every time actually, is that I only saw me at the stage I was in my life. And that was until I went on that assignment. This is what I've learned. So when you look at life, you're not defined by what you're doing at this moment. You need to introspect and see what you have inside of you. There's much more, you have much more to offer, you have much more than what you're doing. Also, believe that you have in yourself what it takes to deal with anything that life brings to you. And that is something that really helped me move forward. I didn't know how, I didn't know what would happen, but I knew I had to take the step. And I had faith that I would find a way to navigate through whatever comes my way. As the great James Rollins said, life doesn't happen to you, but it happens for you. Be bold and fearless. And more importantly, do not worry about what happens if you do it, but more about what happens if you don't do it. So on that note, I'd like to thank you for having me today. And I have a gift that I'd like to offer you. And I will put the information how to get it through in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Unique. Fantastic job. Thanks for wrapping up the day for us today. And I want to give a big virtual round of applause to all of our amazing speakers today. They were absolutely fantastic, weren't they? All these amazing, powerful stories. And as we've learned, you know, when we share our powerful stories, our fearless stories, we give another woman permission to do the same. As I began, for me, being fearless has been learning to listen to that still small voice that lives in each of us. Not just listening to it, but paying attention to it, and most of all, acting upon it. Did you hear that still small voice today? Perhaps as you were listening to all the amazing, inspiring, and empowering fearless stories of our wonderful speakers today, maybe it struck a spark in you to take the first right step or the next right step in creating the life of your dreams. Feel free to reach out to any of the speakers today. They're here for you. That's why they've done this, is they want to share their fearless story and help you on your path. If you missed a speaker today, well, you can go to our One Woman Facebook page. Right after today, you're going to be able to watch the replay right away. And of course, we're going to upload it into YouTube next week, so you'll also be able to watch it there. So if you missed any parts of today, or you want to go back and rewatch some of the speakers, you are most welcome to do that. And of course, if you don't have the contact information and you want to connect with any of the speakers that you saw today, feel free to drop us an email. We are happy to make that connection. Just send an email to info@onewoman.ca. Just let us know, who you were listening to, and we'd happily make that connection for you. So as I mentioned, ladies, gosh, one thing that stuck with me today was, I think it was how Unique ended things in terms of, not having regrets. And as I mentioned at the beginning, I had a bit of a crazy year last year, and on September 27th, I wasn't expecting to die that day. It's not something that was on my to-do list when I woke up that morning. And it was a crazy day. And as, that moment happened and I fully surrendered, I can honestly say I left with no regrets. That I can honestly say that I lived a fearless life, filled with passion and purpose in everything that I wanted to do. And I was happy and content with the woman who I became in this lifetime. And really be thinking about that, after today and going forward, is to, what is it that I haven't done that I want to do? And knowing that the universe already has it figured out for you. It's already been divinely planted in you. Your job is to just give it permission. Your job is to just say yes, to take the first step. What I know for sure is the only thing that I took with me when I died, because I got to spend 2 minutes in heaven, and I must say it's a beautiful, beautiful place, but they just weren't ready for me yet, is what I took with me was the woman I became. Are you the woman that you want to be? Are you holding back? Are you robbing this world of the gifts and talents that you've been given? Because becoming all that you are designed to be is the greatest gift you will ever give this world. Do not rob this world of the gifts and talents that you've been given. Don't be scared to step into all that you were created to be. When you do that, when you turn on that light, when you switch on that power, when you decide to become fearless in pursuit of everything that sets your soul on fire, you'll never have a regret. And that when you get to the end of the day, your days, and when that physical body is no more and you continue on as a spiritual being, you'll be so thankful that you did. Because I left with so much love in my heart for a life well lived, so much gratitude for all the experiences that I had, all that I became in this lifetime. And that is all that I took with me. And I'm pretty sure that's what you'll take with you too. So I want to thank everyone for being a part of today. I hope you had a wonderful day, as wonderful as I did, listening to all these beautiful speakers from all over the world. And be sure to watch, stay connected with One Woman to see all the great things that's coming up. We hope to see you soon, whether that's at one of our live events, one of our virtual events. We have an info session coming up this Wednesday. So stay connected. If you need help with anything, you can't find something, whether you're wanting to apply or be involved in something, feel free to drop us an email anytime. So I want to wish everybody a fabulous rest of your weekend, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. Bye, everyone.